and security is the responsibility of the D.C. government, the Secret Service, the Park Police, the Marshal Service, the Capitol Police, the Federal Protective Service, and other civilian law enforcement organizations. DoD provides support to these civilian law enforcement agencies when requested based on their assessment of the support required. Prior to the attack of January 6, DoD worked closely with federal law enforcement, D.C. government partners to determine if they anticipated a need for any DoD or D.C. National Guard support related to the planned protests. On 31 December, the commanding general of D.C. National Guard received a letter from the D.C. government requesting National Guard support for the D.C. Metro Police at 30 traffic control points and 6 metro stations, and to make available the D.C. National Guard Civil Support Team to support the D.C. Fire and Emergency Services. Over the weekend of January 2nd and 3rd, my staff contacted the Secret Service, the Park Police, the Marshal Service, the FBI, the Capitol Police, to determine if they plan to request DoD assistance. None of these law enforcement agencies indicated a need for DoD or D.C. National Guard support. After consultation with the Department of Justice, the Acting Secretary of Defense approved the D.C. government request for National Guard personnel to support 30 traffic control points and 6 metro stations from January 5th to the 6th. The Acting Secretary also authorized a 40-person quick reaction force to be readied at Joint Base Andrews. On January 5th, the Acting Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of the Army received a letter from the Mayor of D.C. stating MPD is prepared and coordinated with its federal partners, namely the Park Police, the Capitol Police, and the Secret Service. Based on these communications with federal and local civilian authorities, DoD determined that no additional military support was required on January 5th and 6th. DoD has detailed the events of 6 January 2021 in a memorandum published on defense.gov. I will provide a summary of those key events. After the U.S. Capitol Police ordered the evacuation of the Capitol complex, the Secretary of the Army and the Commanding General of the D.C. National Guard received calls shortly before 2 p.m. from the Mayor of D.C. and the Capitol Police Chief, respectively. At approximately 2:30 p.m., the Secretary of the Army met with the Acting Secretary of Defense and other senior leaders of the Defense Department. After this meeting, the Acting Secretary of Defense determined that all available forces of the D.C. National Guard were required to reinforce the D.C. Metropolitan Police and the U.S. Capitol Police, and ordered the full mobilization of the D.C. National Guard at 3:04 p.m. During this period, Major General Walker, the Commanding General of the D.C. National Guard, recalled and made ready the D.C. National Guard forces at the National Guard Armory for deployment to the Capitol complex. After reviewing the D.C. National Guard's missions, equipping, and responsibilities to be performed at the Capitol complex in support of the Metropolitan Police and Capitol Police, and conferring with the D.C. Metropolitan Police at their headquarters at 4:10 p.m., the Secretary of the Army received the Acting Secretary of Defense's approval at 4:32 and ordered the D.C. National Guard forces to depart the Armory for the Capitol complex. DoD continued to deploy National Guard forces through the evening to support the U.S. Capitol. By 9 o'clock on 7 January, 1,100 National Guard personnel had arrived at the Capitol. By 9 o'clock on 8 January, 1,800 National Guard personnel had arrived at the Capitol. And by 10 January, 6,000 National Guard personnel were at the Capitol providing security. DoD continues to support efforts to protect the safety and security of the U.S. Capitol and provides support to our civilian law enforcement partners. From January 9 through the inauguration, DoD provided nearly 25,000 National Guard personnel to support security in Washington, D.C. Today, there are approximately 4,900 National Guard personnel supporting Capitol Police and 500 supporting the Metropolitan Police. Going forward, the Department of Defense is committed to working closely with our federal, state, and local law enforcement partners, the D.C. government, and the Congress to ensure that we learn from this event and take all necessary actions to respond and ensure an attack on our nation's capital never happens again. Chairman Peters, Chairwoman Klobuchar, Ranking Member Portman and Blunt, distinguished members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today, and thank you for your continued commitment and support to the men and women of the Department of Defense.
Ms. Smysova, you are now recognized for your opening statement.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning. Chairman Peters, Chairwoman Klobuchar, Ranking Member Portman, Ranking Member Blunt, and other distinguished senators, thank you for the opportunity for me to testify with you today. I want to start with saying I am deeply saddened by the terrifying events that you, your staff, your loved ones, and others experienced on January 6th. The country, myself included, watched in horror as our Capitol was attacked. I am here today as the Acting Undersecretary for the Office of Intelligence and Analysis, INA, at DHS. I am a career intelligence professional of over 35 years. I am honored to have this opportunity to lead INA. I have great faith in the workforce and in our mission, which is to focus on a range of homeland threats, including domestic terrorism, and ensuring that our partners across state, local, private sector have the information they need. Before I summarize the actions my office took before January 6th, I do want to say I'm deeply concerned that despite our best efforts, they did not lead to an operational response to prepare and defend the U.S. Capitol. Throughout the 2020 election period and the presidential transition, INA produced numerous strategic assessments about the potential for election-related violence from domestic violent extremists. In 15 unclassified assessments, INA discussed the heightened threat environment and the potential for domestic violent extremists to mobilize quickly and attack large gatherings or government buildings. These products were intended to increase awareness about the volatile threat environment and enhance both policy and operational planning. They were shared broadly with all levels of government, law enforcement partners, critical infrastructure, including through fusion centers nationwide. I will highlight a few products and engagements. In August, INA published an assessment on physical threats stemming from the 2020 election, in which we assessed ideologically motivated violent extremists and other violent actors could quickly mobilize to threaten or engage in violence against election or campaign-related targets in response to perceived partisan and policy-based grievances. In October, DHS released its first publicly available Homeland Threat Assessment, which stated racially and ethnically motivated violent extremists, specifically white supremacists, would remain the most persistent and lethal threat in the homeland. The assessment also emphasized the breadth of the domestic violent extremist threat, including the heightened threats from election-related violence. A week before the attack, on December 30th, INA co-authored an intelligence product with the FBI and the National Counterterrorism Center, highlighting persistent threats to government facilities and law enforcement, noting the perceptions of the outcome of the election could mobilize some extremists to commit violence in the coming months. Additionally, INA proactively conducted briefings and stakeholder calls before and after the election and leading up to January 6th to share that information. Moving forward, I want to underscore the department is prioritizing combating domestic terrorism. Specifically, in INA, we're working very closely with our DHS colleagues in the Civil Rights, Civil Liberties Office, Privacy Office, and our own Intelligence Oversight Office to carefully examine how we can better address the complex and evolving threat in the manner consistent with the Constitution and U.S. law. My office is committed to developing more expertise on domestic terrorism, improving our analysis of social media to better characterize the threat, and ensuring our assessments are received and understood by key decision makers. Additionally, the department has taken these steps since January 6th. In late January, DHS issued our first National Terrorism Advisory System Bulletin on domestic terrorism. It warned domestic violent extremists may be emboldened to act in the wake of the U.S. Capitol breach. Domestic violent extremists, which span a diverse set of ideological actors, including racially and ethnically motivated extremists, will continue to exploit lawful, constitutionally protected protests and other events to pursue criminal behavior and commit acts of violence. Also, for the first time, Secretary Mayorkas designated domestic violent extremists as a national priority area within the department's Homeland Security grant. Let me close by saying my colleagues in INA and across DHS are unwavering in our commitment to ensuring the department is well positioned to combat this evolving threat and protect the American people. Thank you for your opportunity to appear before you today. I welcome your questions.
Thank you. Ms. Sanborn, you're now recognized for your opening comments.
Good morning, Chairwoman Klobuchar, Ranking Member Blunt, Chairman Peters, Ranking Member Portman, and the members of the committees. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is Jill Sanborn, and I'm the Assistant Director for the Counterterrorism Division within the FBI. It is always an honor to be here with you in the Senate. For those of you that I haven't met or you don't know, I actually started my career in public service as a Senate page in 1987, thanks to a sponsorship from my home senator, Senator Max Baucus. I want to start by offering my condolences to all of you who had to endure up close and personally the violence and destruction that occurred on January 6th. The siege on the Capitol complex, while you were carrying out your duties as our elected representatives, was not just unacceptable and disturbing, it was criminal. I also want to offer condolences to our partners at U.S. Capitol Police for the loss of one of their brothers, Officer Sicknick. This is a loss to us all in law enforcement. Violence designed to intimidate the population and influence the government is exactly what the FBI's Counterterrorism Division was designed to combat. The men and women of the FBI are not only dedicated to identifying and bringing to justice the individuals involved in the attack on January 6th, but also, and equally as important, and let me stress this, we're committed to working to prevent something like this from ever happening again. Over the last 2 months, the Americans you represent from across the country have sent in over 200,000 digital media tips and reported more than 30,000 leads to our National Threat Operations Center. With this support, we have identified hundreds of people involved in the attack and arrested more than 300, with more and more arrests every day. I want to reiterate something the director mentioned to some of your colleagues yesterday. As Americans, we are all victims of this assault, and the American people deserve nothing less than our commitment to see this investigation through and to protect them from acts of violence like this in the future. The FBI's #1 priority is preventing acts of terrorism. The greatest threat we face is the threat posed by lone actors, both domestic violent extremists and what we refer to as the homegrown violent extremists. These actors are especially challenging for law enforcement because, by definition, their insular nature makes them particularly difficult to identify and disrupt before they have an opportunity to act. The FBI has been investigating domestic terrorism throughout our organization's history. However, today's threat is different than it was 100 years ago and continues to evolve. Between 2015 and 2020, racially or ethnically motivated violent extremists were responsible for the most lethal domestic terrorism threat. And in fact, 2019 was the most lethal year for domestic violent extremist attacks since the Oklahoma City bombing in 1995. However, in 2020, 3 of the 4 fatal domestic violent extremist attacks were perpetrated by what we call anti-government or anti-authority violent extremists. One of those attacks was perpetrated by an anarchist violent extremist in Portland. And in fact, this was the first fatal anarchist violent extremist attack in over 20 years. 2020 also marked the first year since 2011 that there were no fatal attacks committed by the racially or ethnically motivated violent extremists advocating for the superiority of the white race. I think all of those explain how the threat is persistent and evolving. Looking forward, we assess the domestic violent extremist threat will continue to pose an elevated threat of violence to the U.S. We expect racially or ethnically motivated violent extremists and anti-government, anti-authority violent extremists will very likely pose the greatest domestic terrorism threats throughout 2021, and in fact, leading into 2022. Regardless of the specific perpetrator, the domestic terrorism threat remains persistent, and that is why we must remain focused on countering it. I want to take this opportunity to re-emphasize that the FBI's mission to uphold the Constitution and protect the American people is both dual and simultaneous and not contradictory. One does not come at the expense of the other. That said, when a person crosses the line from expressing beliefs to violating federal law and endangers the communities we serve, we aggressively pursue those threats. Before closing, I want to mention the importance of partnerships in the counterterrorism fight. We simply cannot be successful without them. Our investigations and disruptions rely on these partnerships, and they represent American lives saved in communities around the United States. For instance, in fiscal year 2020 alone, your JTTFs across the United States arrested 235 terrorism subjects. We also continue to expand our partnerships in academia, private sector, and within the communities we serve. This is critical because nearly half of our cases are predicated on tips and leads from the community and our law enforcement partners. We in law enforcement cannot and will not tolerate individuals who use the First Amendment as a guise to incite violence. That's true now, as we work hard to hold those accountable involved in the events on January 6th, just as it was last summer when individuals exploited peaceful protests as cover for their own violence and destruction. When violent extremists utilize explosive devices, attack government facilities and businesses, or target law enforcement officers, the FBI investigates those unlawful acts, regardless of the underlying ideological motivation. At the FBI, we work every threat with the same level of rigor and dedication, and that's what I hope you take away from my testimony today. Thank you again for an opportunity to talk with you about the hard work our folks and our partners are doing every day to keep the country safe. We are grateful for the support that you have provided and continue to provide the men and women of the FBI. I look forward to answering any of the questions you may have.
Thank you. General Walker, you are now recognized for your opening statement.
Good morning, Chairman Peters, Chairwoman Klobuchar, Ranking Members Portman and Blunt, and members of the committees. I am Major General William Walker, the Commanding General for the District of Columbia National Guard, affectionately known as Capitol Guardians. I appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today to discuss the events of January 6th, a dark chapter in our nation's history. I was personally sickened by the violence and destruction I witnessed that fateful day and the physical and mental harm that came to U.S. Capitol Police officers and Metropolitan Police Department officers, some of whom I met with later that evening, and I could see the injuries that they sustained. It is my hope that my recollection of the events and my presentation of the facts as I know them will help your committees in its investigation and prevent such tragic events from ever occurring again. First, I think it's critical to understand what the District of Columbia National Guard mission was on January 6th to include the civilian agency we were supporting and our requests for support of other civilian authorities were handled. On December 31st, 2020, the District of Columbia National Guard received written requests from the District of Columbia Mayor, Muriel Bowser, and her Director of Homeland Security and Emergency Management, Dr. Christopher Rodriguez. The request sought National Guard support for traffic control and crowd management for planned demonstrations in the district from January 5th through January 6, 2021. After conducting mission analysis to support the district's request, I sent a letter to the Secretary of the Army, Ryan McCarthy, on January 1st requesting his approval. I received that approval in a letter dated January 5th, granting support to the Metropolitan Police Department with a 320 Guardsmen personnel to include a 40 personnel quick reaction force. The District of Columbia National Guard provides support to the Metropolitan Police Department, the United States Park Police, the United States Secret Service, and other federal and district law enforcement agencies in response to planned rallies, marches, protests, and other large-scale First Amendment activity on a routine basis. A standard component of such support is the stand-up of an off-site quick reaction force, an element of Guardsmen held in reserve with civil disturbance response equipment, helmets, shields, batons, etc. They are postured to quickly respond to an urgent and immediate need for assistance by civil authorities. The Secretary of the Army's January 5th letter to me withheld that authority for me to employ a quick reaction force. Additionally, the Secretary of the Army's memorandum to me required that a concept of operation be submitted to him before the employment of a quick reaction force. I found that requirement to be unusual, as was the requirement to seek approval to move Guardsmen supporting the Metropolitan Police Department to move from one traffic control point to another. At 1:30 p.m. on January 6th, we watched as the Metropolitan Police Department began to employ officers to support the Capitol Police. In doing so, the officers began to withdraw from the traffic control points that were jointly manned with District of Columbia Guardsmen. At 1:49 p.m., I received a frantic call from then Chief of United States Capitol Police Stephen Son, where he informed me that the security perimeter of the United States Capitol had been breached by hostile rioters. Chief Son, his voice cracking with emotion, indicated that there was a dire emergency at the Capitol, and he requested the immediate assistance of as many available National Guardsmen that I could muster. Immediately after that 1:49 call, I alerted the U.S. Army senior leadership of the request. The approval for Chief Son's request would eventually come from the Acting Secretary of Defense and be relayed to me by Army senior leaders at 5:08 p.m., about 3 hours and 19 minutes later. I had already had Guardsmen on buses at the Armory ready to move to the Capitol. Consequently, at 5:20 p.m., less than 20 minutes, the District of Columbia National Guard arrived at the Capitol and were being sworn in by the United States Capitol Police. We helped to establish the security perimeter at the east side of the Capitol to facilitate the resumption of the joint session of Congress. In conclusion, I am grateful for the Guardsmen from the 53 states and territories who supported the District of Columbia National Guard Operation Capitol Response and helped to ensure a peaceful transition of power on January 20th. In particular, I am grateful for the timely assistance from our close neighbors from Virginia, Delaware, and Maryland National Guard, who augmented D.C. National Guard forces in establishing the security perimeter. I am honored to lead these citizens, soldiers, and airmen. These are your constituents, many of whom left behind their families, careers, their education, their businesses, to help ensure the protection and safety of the United States Capitol and those who serve in it every day. Thank you for the opportunity to brief you today, and thank you for your continued support of the National Guard. I look forward to any questions you may have. Thank you again.
Thank you, General Walker. Thank you for your testimony. And again, I know I speak on behalf of everybody in this joint committee room that we fully support the men and women of the National Guard and appreciate your work on that day and continue to appreciate the service you're providing to your country and protecting the Capitol as well as our country. So thank you again. General Walker, I want to start my questioning by going back in time a little bit prior to the events on January 6th. So my question is, in June of 2020, as violence was escalating during the summer protest, were you able to immediately receive approval from the Secretary of the Army and the Secretary of Defense to deploy National Guard to assist law enforcement at that time?
Senator Peters, I was. Yes, sir. The Secretary of the Army was with me for most of that week. He came to the Armory. I was in constant communication with him when we were not together.
So you were immediately able to receive approval in June of 20. from your testimony, I want to be clear, were you able to immediately receive approval from the Secretary of the Army and the Secretary of Defense to deploy the National Guard on January 6th?
No, sir.
In your opening remarks, you said that a January 5th memo was unusual. Could you explain to the committee why it was unusual and what was the impact of the memo that you received on January 5th?
So the memo was unusual in that it required me to seek authorization from the Secretary of the Army and the Secretary of Defense to essentially even protect my guardsmen. So no civil disturbance equipment could be authorized unless it came from the Secretary of Defense. Now, the Secretary of the Army, to his credit, did tell me that I could have force protection equipment with the guardsmen. So we did have helmets, shin guards, vest. We did have that with us, but that came from the Secretary of the Army. The Secretary of Defense told me I needed his permission to escalate to have that kind of protection.
That kind of protection, even though you would be engaged in force protection, that to protect your men and women, before you could do that, you would have to get approval from the Secretary of Defense?
The memo from the Secretary of Defense made clear that I needed his permission to have, so what it says, without my personal authorization, the District of Columbia National Guard is not authorized the following: to be issued weapons, ammunition, bayonets, batons, or ballistic protection equipment such as helmets and body armor. Now, again, to be clear, the Secretary of the Army told me to go ahead and issue that equipment. So we never were going to have weapons or ammunition, and we no longer have bayonets. But we do have ballistic protection equipment, helmets, body armor, and so I did have that with each guardsman.
Thank you, General. So, but that was unusual, as you mentioned, to have that kind of request. You were on the January 6th phone call at 2:30 that we heard from our previous hearing, where the Chief of Capitol Police was making an urgent appeal for help, and we heard that the D.C. Metro Police Chief said it was a tepid response. He was shocked by it. What happened on that call? What was your recollection of the call, and were the assessment of the two individuals I mentioned, was that your assessment as well?
Yes, sir. So that call came in. It was we actually helped facilitated the deputy mayor from the District of Columbia and Dr. Rodriguez, Chief Conte, Chief Son later joined the conversation, and we dialed in the senior leadership of the U.S. Army. And at that time, Chief Conte and Chief Son passionately pleaded for District of Columbia National Guard to get to the Capitol with all deliberate speed. So the Army senior leaders did not think that it looked good, it would be a good optic. They further stated that it could incite the crowd. So their best military advice would be to the Secretary of the Army, who could not get on the call. So we wanted the Secretary of the Army to join the call, but he was not available. We were told that he was with the Secretary of Defense and not available. But the Army senior leadership expressed to Chief Conte, Chief Son, Dr. Mitchell, the deputy mayor, and others on the call that it would not be their best military advice to have uniformed guardsmen on the Capitol.
So during the call, you're saying that optics was raised on that call specifically. So I want to go back to the question I started. You said that you were able to get immediate authorization in the summer of 2020 during those protests. General Walker, was the issue of optics ever brought up by Army leadership when the D.C. National Guard was deployed during the summer of 2020? Was that discussed?
It was never discussed the week of June. It was never discussed July 4th when we were supporting the city. It was never discussed August 28th when we supported the city.
Did you think that was unusual?
I did.
So let's put in context. You, in your opening statements, you mentioned the National Guard troops that were ready to go. You had them back at the Armory. How many folks were in the Armory, ready to go once the order was given, and at what time were they ready to go?
So I had them ready to go shortly after the phone call. So I brought, at 1500, I directed that the quick reaction force that was based at Andrews Air Force Base leave the base, get to the Armory at all deliberate speed. I had a police escort bring them to the Armory. They returned to the Armory in about 20 minutes. So we had them sitting there waiting. And then in anticipation of a green light, a go, we put guardsmen on buses. We brought them inside the Armory so nobody would see them putting on the equipment and getting on the buses. And then we just waited to get the approval. And that's why we were able to get to the Capitol in about 18 minutes.
What time were they on the buses, ready to go? Do you recall?
Before 5 o'clock. But at 5 o'clock, I decided, hey, you know, there's got to be an approval coming. So get on the buses, get the equipment on, get on the buses, and just wait. And then a few minutes after that, we did get the approval. I was on a secure video conference when the Army leadership conveyed to me that the Secretary of Defense had authorized the employment of the National Guard at the Capitol. So my timeline has 1708, 5:08 p.m. is when we wrote down that we had approval, and that was about 8 people in the office with me when I got that.
How many guardsmen were ready? You said right immediately, earlier in the afternoon.
About 155.
So you could have sent 155 much, much earlier. What would have been the impact of sending those 155 right around that 2 o'clock time frame?
Well, based on my experience with the summer, and I have 39 years in the National Guard. I was in the Florida Guard, Hurricane Andrew. I've been involved in civil disturbances. So I believe that number could have made a difference. We could have helped extend the perimeter and help push back the crowd.
Ms. Sanborn and Ms. Smyslova, last week we heard from former law enforcement officials who stated that a lack of intelligence reporting was the main reason for Capitol Police not being fully prepared for the January 6th attack. My question to both of you, yes or no, would you agree that the intelligence community failed to sufficiently identify the threat and warn the Capitol Police of a plot to breach the Capitol, that a plot that was planned in public and announced in advance in a number of open sources?
I think this is on. I'll start. I wouldn't necessarily categorize it that way, sir, but I will tell you, I think you've heard us say before, there's not an agent that wouldn't want more tools in their toolbox. There's not an analyst that wouldn't want more intelligence, and I think I'd just paint a quick picture for you. The challenges we're faced are the immense amount of rhetoric out there, and what we're trying to separate is aspirational from intent, and combine in order to get to that intent, we're really thinking about private communications and oftentimes encryption. And so I would say that what we are faced with is the challenge of the amount of data and then really trying to find, because of the volume and because of private communications, intent that then would have given us the intelligence picture potentially to shed light on what some of the plans and intentions, indicators and warnings, as our military folks might say.
Ms. Smyslova, quickly, please.
Yes, sir. I will defer to you, Senator, your colleagues, and other oversight entities such as this one to actually determine what went wrong on January 6th. I don't feel I'm empowered or have enough information to declare whether or not this is an intelligence failure. I do know, however, it was not a success, and we will do everything we can to make sure that what we know is better distributed and understood by our partners. And to echo the Bureau's point, we will also do more to better understand how we can identify the next steps that we see in social media with this particular threat.
Well, clearly we have to do a much better job, and I'm sure this will be explored in depth in questioning from my colleagues here. Chairwoman Klobuchar.
Thank you very much, Chairman. I want to start by asking you the same questions I asked our witnesses last week, and that is that based on what you know now, including the recent Justice Department indictments, do you agree there is clear evidence that supports the conclusion that there was those who planned and coordinated the attack on the Capitol on January 6th? Does everyone agree with that? Yes, no?
We are seeing indications from our charging documents of people that coalesced together before and made some plans.
Okay, so everyone is a yes on this? Do someone want to say if they're a no? I don't want to call on everyone. Are you all a yes?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Then would you agree that it involved white supremacists and extremist groups, the planning? Is everyone a yes on that?
Ma'am, I'd just say that we're seeing a wide range of involvement and still a lot left to be identified, right? A lot of these
No, does it involve white supremacists, and that's what I'm asking?
Some.
Extremist group.
Some.
And was the event not planned by Antifa?
At this point, we have not identified a specific individual that we've charged associating or self-identifying with Antifa.
Okay, thank you. And would you all agree that what happened was a highly dangerous situation that had the potential to be much worse if it wasn't for the heroic actions of the frontline officers?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. General Walker, I'm going to start with you. I wasn't going to start here, but I am after what I just heard. So Chief Conti had said that he was stunned at the response from the Department of the Army when former Police Chief Sund requested assistance from the Guard. What's your reaction to what Conti said? Were you frustrated on that call as well?
Yes, I was. Senator Klobuchar, I was frustrated. I was just as stunned as everybody else on the call.
And I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, that with the National Guard, it is much better to prepare them and call them into action and have a plan, which I know that I heard from Mr. Celestis that people tried to do. They called the chief, they called people and said, do you want to have the Guard mobilized? And there was a discussion between you and Sund leading up to January 6th in which this was discussed, and you didn't get a clear direction to have them mobilized. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. So I talked to Chief Sund on Sunday. I talked to him Saturday and Sunday. We talk. We're friends. I've known him for a long time. So on Sunday, I asked him, are you going to request D.C. National Guard help? And if you do, I need it in writing. It has to be formal because the Secretary of Defense has to approve it. He told me he was not allowed to request a support. And I asked him if he wanted me to share that, and he said, no, I can't even ask you for the support, is what he told me. But he did say, but if I do call you, will you be able to support me? I said, yes, but I have to get approval from the Secretary of the Army and ultimately the Secretary of Defense because it's a federal request.
Exactly. And so as we've heard from Chief Sund last week, he had been denied by the Sergeant at Arms, and that's a subject for last week. But the subject for today is, given all that, and we know we would have been in much better shape if they'd been called in ahead and if he'd had authority, but now we're to the day, and it is 2:22, and you are on the phone with them, and you're asking for this authorization, which you felt it was unusual to get. Is that right? Unusual that
I thought the delay was unusual.
Yes.
And so we were already in support of the Metropolitan Police Department. And when the Metropolitan Police Department left the traffic control points, what I wanted to do was take those guardsmen and move them to the Capitol immediately. And my logic was we were still in direct support. We would have been in support of the Metropolitan Police Department, who was supporting the United States Capitol Police at that point.
So I just keep imagining the scene. The whole country, the whole world is seeing this on TV. You've got the police line breached at this moment. You have smashed windows. You have insurrectionists going through the police lines. You are on the phone. Everyone is seeing this on TV, and they're not immediately approving your request. And in your recent testimony, you just said, hey, I could have gotten them on those buses and ready to go. Is that correct?
That is correct, Senator.
And as you just testified in response to Senator Peters, you believe that would have made a difference to have them at the perimeter in a sooner point. And I know that the people in charge of Capitol Security felt the same.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you could have had them there earlier, hours earlier, if it had been approved. And then you had them on the bus, and so they were actually sitting on the bus for a short period of time, right, waiting, because you thought, well, they've just got to honor the request? Is that how your head was working? So you actually put them on the bus so they were ready to go, but you couldn't let the buses go?
Yes, Senator. I just came to the conclusion that eventually I'm going to get approval, and I didn't want, and at that point, seconds mattered, minutes mattered, and I needed to be ready to get them there as quick as possible. So I already had District of Columbia National Guard military police vehicle in front of the bus to help get through any traffic lights. So we were there in 18 minutes. I
18
arrived
minutes.
at 17:20.
Okay.
So, yeah, and they were sworn in as soon as they got there, and they made a difference, according to the Capitol Police.
Well, according to a lot of us. And I just keep thinking of the hours that went by and the people who were injured and the officers whose lives were changed forever. A lot has been reported about the quick response force that was waiting at Andrews Air Force Base to be deployed to D.C. just in case. Now, that force was set up as additional troops to support the Guard's traffic control mission is needed. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And the quick response force couldn't be deployed to the Capitol immediately once the violence began because they were not outfitted for riot control. Is that right?
No, ma'am. They were outfitted. So
Yep.
the quick reaction force was District of Columbia Air National Guard Security Forces Squadron. Most of those guardsmen are law enforcement officers in their civilian positions.
Got it.
So they were ready to go, and they were outfitted with all the equipment that they needed.
And they were out at Andrews.
They were at Andrews. And I just took it upon myself to move them without permission. I just moved them to the armory so they would be closer as well.
Okay. And who was on that conversation with you? You mentioned from the Defense Department. I know who was on there from the police in D.C.
So Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, he was the chief, he was in charge of operations for the Army. The director of the Army staff was on the phone, was on the call, Lieutenant General Pyatt. There were other senior civilian leaders from the United States Army, and other high-ranking general officers were on the call as well.
Okay. And do you remember who was mostly talking about the optics, the questions that Senator Peters asked you, and their concern about that?
Yes. So during the phone call with the District of Columbia leaders, the Deputy Mayor, Chief Son, Dr. Rodriguez, who was talking about optics, were General Flynn and General Pyatt. And they both said it wouldn't be in their best military advice to advise the Secretary of the Army to have uniformed Guards members at the Capitol during the election confirmation.
Thank you. Mr. Salas, could you explain why they would say such a thing? I know you were not on the call, and you were the one that they sent here on behalf of the Defense Department, but you were not on the call. And so do you have any idea why this delay occurred when, as Senator Peters has well pointed out, it didn't occur in other incidences?
Senator, as you point out, I was not on the calls, any of the calls.
We know that.
Okay.
That's why I spent my time talking to someone who was.
Right. However, Senator, in preparation for the hearing, I have had the opportunity to talk to General Walker. I've had the opportunity to talk to General Pyatt and other general officers on the Army staff. I've also had the opportunity to talk to Secretary McCarthy in preparation for the hearing so that I could understand the details of the...
Okay. So just if you could answer my questions, there's so many of my colleagues waiting, why this happened.
General Pyatt told me yesterday that he didn't say anything about optics.
He meant he didn't use the word optics, or are you saying that General Walker, who just testified that they were concerned about this, is wrong, or that...
General Pyatt told me yesterday, Senator, that he did not use the word optics.
I think that I'll let General Walker answer this, but I think what he's talking about is the general concern of that, was that they were more concerned about how this would appear, and it was in their best advice. And I guess what bears out his testimony is that they did not send the National Guard there for hours. They didn't give the authorization for him as he waited with his troops to go over to the Capitol.
Senator, in fairness to the committee, General Pyatt is not a decision maker. The only decision makers on the 6th of January were the Secretary of Defense and the Secretary of the Army, Ryan McCarthy. There was a chain of command from the Secretary of Defense to Secretary McCarthy to General Walker. That was the chain of command. There's lots of staff that is involved in obviously having discussions, but to be clear, on that day, that was the chain of command.
Just could I give General Walker, I think we should give him a moment to respond here, and then I'll be done.
Yes, Senator. So the chain of command is the President, the Secretary of Defense, Secretary of the Army, William Walker, Commanding General, District of Columbia National Guard. Can I just make a correction? I said Lieutenant General Mike Flynn. It was Lieutenant General Charles Flynn.
Got it.
I'm sorry. I
And it's
just
all right.
wanted to correct that.
Okay.
But there were people in the room with me on that call that heard what they heard.
Okay. We'll have to follow up with more questions. I appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Ranking Member Portman, you're recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Chairman Peters, and thanks to our witnesses. General Walker can continue to talk about your recollection, if you don't mind. This morning, you have testified that you received this letter from Army Secretary McCarthy on January 5th, so just the day before the attack on the Capitol. In that letter, did Secretary McCarthy prohibit you from employing the National Guard's Quick Reaction Force without his authorization?
So I have the letter in front of me, and his letter does not, but it is the Secretary of Defense says that I have to use it as a last resort. But the Secretary of the Army told me, and it's I have the letter, that I could not use the Quick Reaction Force. I would just read it.
Yeah.
I withhold authority to approve employment of the District of Columbia National Guard Quick Reaction Force and will do so only as a last resort in response to a request from an appropriate civil authority. Yeah. I will require a concept of operation prior to authorizing employment of a quick reaction force. Now, a quick reaction force normally is a commander's tool to go help either a civilian agency, but more typically to help the National Guardsmen who are out there and need assistance.
Yeah, I think it's the very definition of a quick reaction force to be able to react quickly. And when you've got to go through that kind of an authorization, including coming up with a concept of operation before the Secretary or, as you say, the Secretary of Defense, so the Secretary of the Army or Secretary of Defense would approve deployment, seems to me to be contrary to the whole concept of a quick reaction force.
And just to be clear, the Secretary of Defense said I could use it as a last resort.
Last resort, right.
But the Secretary of the Army says that I could only use it after he gave me permission, and only then after a concept of operation
Right.
was.
And we talked about the chain of command earlier, so your chain of command is both of these gentlemen. In other words, you didn't have the authority to deploy that quick reaction force based on either the letter or the earlier memo that went from the Secretary of Defense, Acting Secretary of Defense, to the Secretary of the Army. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I also thought it was odd, and I think you said it was unusual and very prescriptive, that the January 5th letter required the Secretary of the Army to approve the movement of deployed guardsmen from one traffic control point to another. Did you find that unusual?
19 years, I never had that before happen. So on that day, the Metropolitan Police, as they would any other day, requested that a traffic control point move one block over. No traffic was where they were, so They wanted the traffic control point to move one block. I had to get permission. I told them, I'll get back to you. I contacted Lieutenant General Pyatt, who contacted the Secretary of the Army. I had to explain where that traffic control point was in relationship to the Capitol, and only then did I get permission to move the 3 National Guardsmen supporting the Metropolitan Police.
These are 3
Department.
unarmed National Guardsmen who are helping with traffic control, in part so that Metropolitan Police can do other things, and they were not permitted to move a block away without getting permission from the Secretary of the Army. Is that true?
That's correct.
Yeah. And then on your testimony, you also talk about riot gear. That January 4th memorandum from Acting Secretary Miller to the Army Secretary required the personal approval of the Secretary of Defense for the National Guard to be issued riot gear. Is that correct?
That's correct. But the Secretary of the Army told me to go ahead and put it in the vehicles.
Yeah.
So I give him credit for that.
Yeah, and you said that earlier. You gave him credit for saying at least to have it there so it was accessible.
Yes.
But still, you couldn't prepare for a civil disturbance without getting permission from the Secretary of the Army and the Secretary of Defense. Is that true?
Normally, for a safety and force protection matter, a commander would be able to authorize his guardsmen to protect themselves with helmet and protective equipment.
Well, as I said earlier, I'm disappointed we don't have someone from DOD who actually was there at the time. I think you're being put in a tough position, Mr. Salasas. But, Mr. Salasas, I have to ask you, why did the Department of Defense impose these restrictions on General Walker's control of the National Guard on January 6th?
I apologize. I got it now. Senator, Secretary Miller wanted to make the decisions of how the National Guard was going to be employed on that day. As you recall, Senator, the spring events, there was a number of things that happened during those events that Secretary Miller, as the acting secretary.
Yeah, well, clearly he wanted to. The question is why and how unusual. Don't you think that's unusual based on your experience at DOD?
Senator, there was a lot of things that happened in the spring.
But don't you think that was
criticized
unusual?
for? No, sir, if I could, Senator, civil disturbance operations, that authority rests with the Secretary of Defense. So if somebody is going to make a decision about employing military members against U.S. citizens in a civil disturbance operation.
Well, let's talk about the quick reaction force then. Again, you've got a lot of experience, looked at your background. We appreciate your being here. Again, you weren't making any decisions that day. They kind of put you forward here as the person to answer questions. But based on your discussions with individuals, but isn't the purpose of a quick reaction force to quickly react to unfolding situations?
Senator, it is designed to do that.
Isn't it requiring a pre-submitted concept of operations antithetical to the idea of enabling quick reaction?
Again, Senator, I would call our attention to the quick reaction force that day was designed to respond to the traffic control points in the metro stations. We did not have a quick reaction force to respond to the events that unfolded on the Capitol.
Well, I don't know that that's true. General Walker, did you not have a quick reaction force as part of the D.C. police? I think you did. You had police officers who were also guardsmen who were involved in your quick reaction force, correct?
I did.
And wouldn't they have been appropriate to respond to the attack on the Capitol?
In my opinion, they would have been.
I don't know. Look, I wish we had the people who were making the decision, Mr. Salasas, and I don't want to put you in this position, but you're all we've got in terms of talking to DOD today. In your opinion, did the attack on the Capitol constitute a last resort?
Last resort, you mean an immediate response, sir?
No. Remember, in the letter, it said only as a last resort. Do you think a last resort situation occurred when there was an attack on the Capitol?
There was certainly a last resort situation that occurred, Senator.
So why did it take the Department of Defense so long to authorize the use of the National Guard, in particular, the use of the QFR?
Senator, I can relay what I've obtained from my discussions with the personnel that were involved that day. And if you'd like to go through the timeline or just answer the question based on why the decision makers, in this case Secretary McCarthy, if we go through the timeline, clearly at 2:22 has been mentioned today, Secretary McCarthy at 2:30, as I pointed out in my oral statement, went down and saw Secretary Miller at 2:30. At 3:04, Secretary Miller made the decision to mobilize the entire National Guard. That meant that he was calling in all the National Guard members that were assigned to the D.C. National Guard. At 3:04, that decision was made. Between that period of time, between 3:04 and 4:10, basically, Secretary McCarthy had asked for. He wanted to understand, because of the dynamics on the Capitol lawn with the explosives that obviously shots had been fired, he wanted to understand the employment of how the National Guard was going to be sent to the Capitol, what their missions were going to be. Were they going to be clearing buildings? Would they be doing perimeter security? How would they be equipped? He wanted to understand how they were going to be armed, because obviously shots had been fired. He was asking a lot of questions to understand exactly how they were going to be employed here at the Capitol and how many National Guard members needed to be employed on the Capitol.
Let me just say, with all due respect, and my time is coming to an end, 3 hours and 19 minutes, 3 hours and 19 minutes from the first call, plea, really, with his voice cracking with emotion, as the Major General said. You have Chief of Police, son, saying, help, we need help, now, 3 hours and 19 minutes. And that can't happen again. Do you agree with that?
Senator, I do.
Thank you.
Very good. Ranking Member Blunt.
Thank you, Chairwoman. General Walker, if the restrictions on your authorities hadn't been put in place by DOD, what would you have done when Chief Sund called you at 1:49 on January 6th with an urgent request for National Guard assistance?
I would have immediately pulled all the guardsmen that were supporting the Metropolitan Police Department. They had the gear in the vehicles. I would have had them assemble in the armory and then get on buses and go straight to the armory and report to the most ranking Capitol Police officer they saw and take direction. And further, just let me add this. So one of my lieutenant colonels on his own initiative went to the Capitol anticipating that we were going to be called. So he would have been there, and he met with Deputy Chief Carroll of the Metropolitan Police Department, who asked him, where is the National Guard? How come they're not here? And this colonel said, well, I'm sure they're coming, and I'm here to scout out where they're going to be when they get here. So that was the plan. I would have sent them there immediately. As soon as I hung up, my next call would have been to my subordinate commanders, get every single guardsman in this building and everybody that's helping the Metropolitan Police, remission them to the Capitol without delay.
And how quickly do you think you could have had people here? I think you said a minute ago that the Guard had moved from Andrews to the Armory here by 3:30, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And how quickly was the colonel here that was...
He came with the police. So
he was here immediately?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He was here immediately. When the Metropolitan Police left some of the traffic control points, my colonel left with them and came straight to the Capitol, anticipating that that's where the fire was and that fire needed to be put out.
Well, there certainly was concern here immediately. In fact, yesterday I saw a message that I sent Mr. Elder, who was the director of the Rules Committee for me when I was chairman at the time, and the quote on that message, that text message, was, could this information about the Defense Department and the National Guard possibly be true? That's 309, already wondering where Senator Klobuchar and I and other senators were. Could it possibly be true that the Defense Department was not sending the Guard immediately? Mr. Salasys, on the January 5th letter, that's described as Secretary McCarthy relaying new restrictions from the acting Secretary of the Defense, Christopher Miller. Would that be accurate? Would those be new instructions? And do you agree that General Walker had more flexibility before those instructions than he did after? I think that's a yes or no. Do you agree he had more flexibility before those instructions than he did after? That would be one question. And two, would it be fair to say those were new instructions or not?
Sir, Senator, General Walker, in fairness to him, can't respond to a civil disturbance operation without the authority of the Secretary of Defense. So, absent these memos, General Walker would have had to get approval to respond to the Capitol through the Secretary of Defense.
Well, let's talk about that approval process. I think you said it a minute ago to Senator Portman, if you'd like to go through the timeline. I assume you're talking about the Department of Defense timeline that I have in front of me. You mentioned 1504 as one of your reference points. At 1519 or 319, that timeline says the Secretary of the Army phone call with Senator Schumer and Speaker Pelosi about the nature of Mayor Bowser's request. Secretary of the Army explains Acting Secretary of Defense already approved full DC NG, full DC National Guard mobilization. Would that be right as of 319?
That would be accurate, but if I could clarify what mobilization
Well,
is.
let me go one step further, and I'll let you do that. At 1526, 326, Secretary of the Army phone call with Mayor Bowser and Metropolitan Police Chief relays that there is no denial of their request and conveys Assistant Secretary or Acting Secretary of Defense approval of the activation of full National Guard. So on your timeline, within 7 minutes, one is mobilization, the other is activation. Go ahead and explain what those two things mean.
So, Senator, those words are being used interchangeably. What Secretary Miller did at 1504 on 6 January was authorize the mobilization or activation of the National Guard, the D.C. National Guard. All that does, sir, is provide for the National Guard to be called in from wherever their homes are to come to the Armory. That's what the mobilization activation order was.
I wonder if that's what I wonder if that's what Senator Schumer and Speaker Pelosi thought it meant. Now, you can't answer that, only they could. And I also wonder if that's what Mayor Bowser thought it meant when they were told at 319 and 326 that the Guard has been mobilized and the Guard was being activated. I don't expect you to be able to answer what they thought. I know I would have assumed that that meant the Guard was on the way unless I was specifically told, well, they're mobilized, but they really won't be there until we make a decision hours later. At 4:32, the Acting Secretary of Defense provides verbal authorization to remission D.C. National Guard to conduct perimeter and clearance operations. So that's 4:32. That's an hour and 10 or so minutes later. Is that the moment when the Guard was told they could move forward?
Yes, Senator, it is.
Do you agree with that, General Walker?
No, sir. So I didn't get approval until a little bit after 5, and I got that from the Secretary of the Army. It was relayed to me. I never talked to Secretary of Defense Miller, and I didn't talk to the Secretary of the Army. Army senior leaders told me at about 17:08, 5:08 p.m. that the Secretary of Defense has authorized our approval to support the Capitol.
So, Senator, if I could, in fairness to General Walker, too, that's when the Secretary of Defense made the decision at 4:32. As General Walker has pointed out, because I've seen all the timelines, he was not told that till 5:08. That's what.
How is that possible, Mr. Salazar? Do you think that the decision in the moment we were in was made at 4:32, and the person that had to be told wasn't told for more than half an hour after the decision was made?
Senator, I think that's an issue. There was decisions that were being made, there was communications that needed to take place, and then there was actions that had to be taken. All of that was happening at simultaneous times by different individuals, and I think that part of the challenge is that some of the delayed communications probably put some of the challenges that we had that day.
Well, I would think so. If you have to have the communication before General Walker and the National Guard can take the action, and the communication doesn't occur for over half an hour, it's a significant problem for the future if we don't figure out how the decision, the communication, and the action all happen as nearly to the same time as they possibly can.
I agree,
thank
Senator.
you, Chairwoman.
Thank you very much. Senator Hassan.
Well, thank you very much. Chairwoman Klobuchar and Chair Peters and our ranking members Blunt and Portman for this hearing. And I want to thank all of our witnesses for being here today, and I want to thank you all for your service to our country. I want to start with a question for Ms. Mislova, please. It's about a topic that I asked about last week. The Secretary of Homeland Security has the authority to designate events with national significance as national special security events, and these designated events receive expanded federal support for event security. Factors used to determine national special security event designations include the attendance of U.S. officials, as well as the size and significance of the event. In our hearing last week, the former officials in charge of security here at the Capitol testified that DHS did not reach out to U.S. Capitol officials about designating January 6th joint session of Congress as a national special security event. So, Ms. Mislova, to your knowledge, did any Department of Homeland Security officials ever consider or recommend designating the January 6th joint session of Congress as a national special security event?
Sorry. Thank you, Senator. No, to my knowledge, no one at the Department of Homeland Security did consider designating January 6th as an NSSC. Also, to my knowledge, no one responsible for protecting the Capitol asked for such a designation.
Right, but when we're talking about an NSSE, you don't need a request from the Capitol, correct?
That is correct.
You could have DHS could have initiated it. So what is the department's current policy and process for designating national special security events? And were there any procedural issues blocking such a designation in spite of the growing evidence of intelligence available to federal security officials prior to the event?
I'm sorry, Senator. I am running currently the Office of Intelligence and Analysis for DHS. We have a small role in the NSSC process, but I am not qualified to speak about the whole process. It's fairly complicated. I'm happy to have Secret Service reach out to you, ma'am, if you'd like me to follow up with that.
Well, I think it's really important for us to understand what the processes are. We had, as has been pointed out, the Vice President-elect, all members of Congress in one location at an event where there was clear intelligence that might turn violent, and there appears to have been no communication or effort by DHS to designate this in a way that would have had this security that we're now standing about stood up ahead of time in an effective way. So I look forward to following up with you on that. I want to turn to Ms. Sanborn now. According to a recent report, the FBI has currently charged 257 people associated with the events on January 6th. Of the individuals charged to date in relation to the attacks of January 6th, how many were already under investigation by the Bureau?
Ma'am, I'd have to get you the specific number, but I can only recall from my memory one of the individuals that was under investigation prior.
And was that because the FBI is limited in its tools or capacity to monitor, charge, or arrest these individuals prior to January 6th? Was this a manpower issue? I'm just trying to understanding, looking back now, what might have made a difference in charging, in being able to move against some of those individuals sooner?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think it's twofold. So it's the complexity of trying to gather the right intelligence that helps us predict indicators and warnings. And I spoke earlier about, while there's a volume out there of rhetoric, trying to figure out that intent is very challenging for us in the intel community because it happens on private comms and encryption. So that's one aspect. And then the other aspect is, of the people that we were investigating, so predicated investigations, we don't necessarily have the ability to mitigate the threat they might pose by travel if we don't have a charge. And so I think you're tracking that we were aware of some of our subjects that intended to come here. We took overt action by going and talking to them and trying to get them to not come, and that worked in the majority of our already predicated cases.
Okay, thank you. I'd look forward to following up with the FBI more about that. I also have another question for you about the FBI's information sharing practices. On January 5th, the FBI Norfolk Field Office issued a report that some extremists were preparing to travel to Washington and commit acts of violence. That report eventually made it to a U.S. Capitol Police analyst, but it didn't make it to the former Capitol Police Chief, Mr. Sund. So I think it's important for us to understand whether this was a failure in information sharing policy or practice. What's the standard policy for disseminating reports like that?
Yes, ma'am, that's a great question. I'd just like to segue into that part of the reason we were able to get that intelligence report from the Norfolk office is because we made it a national collection priority for all 56 field offices to collect whatever they could on the joint session as well as inauguration. And so when they collected that information, they did follow our normal process, and I think we heard yesterday from the director, and went above and beyond that process. So they documented it quickly within the situational information report, and they disseminated it 3 different ways: in writing, via email, verbally, and then also put it in what we call the LEAP portal, which is available to all state and local partners across the United States.
So I'm trying to understand, though, how it didn't get elevated or communicated to the highest level. Who was the highest official in the FBI to be informed of the intelligence?
So I, similar to Director Ray, found out about it days after. And so I think it's very important to also caveat what that was. It was raw, unvetted information, and only because of the collection message did it get as quickly elevated to the Washington field office and disseminated to the task force officers. So thousands and thousands of tips come in just like this on every day, and not all of those get elevated to senior leadership.
Except that this was tips about violence at the United States Capitol, where we were going to have all members of Congress, the current vice president, the vice president-elect. And so given the gravity of the threat, it is very hard for me to understand why somebody didn't pick up the phone. And I'd like to understand, too, whether any of the following were informed of the intelligence: the President, the White House Chief of Staff, the Attorney General of the United States, the Speaker of the House, or the Senate Majority Leader.
Not to my knowledge, ma'am, and I think you heard the director say this yesterday, and I echo it 100%. Anytime an attack happens, we're going back, and we're going to figure out what we could have done better and differently. So I echo there's always processes that can be improved.
Look, I will just say this, that one of the things before a major event that one should always do is figure out who the leadership is, and they should be talking twice a day on the phone for the week leading up at least. That's kind of standard practice, at least in the states that I'm familiar with. It's certainly standard practice for governors. And it is astounding to me that even if it's raw intelligence, given what the stakes were on January 6th, that kind of sharing wasn't routine and that it didn't happen. So I hope very much that we will look back at this and develop kind of standard operating procedures so that the leadership of security at the Capitol, the leadership of security in all the various agencies are sharing this kind of information person to person rather than relying on standard emails and the like. Thank you very much.
I will say that's the purpose of the command post, but 100% echo your point, which is let's go back and figure out what we could do differently.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Hassan. And for members of the Rules Committee, we're following the order set forth by the Homeland Security Committee, how they do their order. So if there's questions about that, that's how we're doing it today. And next is Senator Feinstein.
Thanks very much, Madam Chairman. I'd like to ask this question. In August of 2017, DHS, Office of Intel and Analysis, and the Virginia Fusion Center issued a report days before the violent protests in Charlottesville, Virginia. The report warned that the protests could be among the most violent to date. It warned that anarchist extremists and white supremacist extremists are calling on supporters to be prepared for and to instigate violence at the 12 August rally. Now, this was very similar to what we saw in the lead-up to the January 6th insurrection, when groups were actively planning to come to Washington and commit violence. Yet, there was no similar intelligence report by the Department of Homeland Security for this occasion. My question is why and what happened to change this procedure?
Yes, Senator, thank you for that question. Before the election and then into the inauguration, INA did publish 15 separate unclassified reports that did discuss specifically that there was a heightened threat environment, that the threat could come from lone actors or small cells. We assessed that those that were motivated by concerns about the election and grievances associated largely with COVID-19 restrictions would also appear to be armed. And we also warned that they could transition quickly from a peacetime situation into a violent situation. I actually, in preparation for this hearing, did review all of those reports and was impressed with how well the team did. They were very well written and very specific. The point, Senator, is that we thought we had provided that warning. We did not have anything specific about an attack on the Capitol to occur on January 6th. So we did not issue a separate report. In hindsight, we probably should have, but we had just issued a report on December 30th with our colleagues at FBI and the National Counterterrorism Center. Well, we had thought, ma'am, that was sufficient.
Yeah, I'd like to ask that you make those reports available to this committee.
Happy to, ma'am.
Please. Also, press reports indicate that Acting Defense Secretary Christopher Miller issued a memo on January 4th preventing the D.C. National Guard from receiving weapons or protective gear, interacting with protesters, or employing riot control agents without his personal authorization. Do you know of any other instance where a defense secretary required personal authorization before allowing National Guard troops to respond to an emergency? And I'd like to put the letter from Christopher Miller, Madam Chairman, in the file, if I could.
Yes, without objection.
Could someone answer that
Oh,
question?
I'm sorry, Senator. I'll answer that question. I was waiting. Senator, I'm not aware of another letter from a secretary. But again, based on events in the spring and Secretary Miller being new to the department at that time and some of the things mindful that had happened, he issued that direction. That direction, though, again, I'd come back to the point that in order for National Guard members to deploy in civil disturbance operations, it requires the Secretary of Defense's approval. So just as, to be clear, there is no ability for the military to respond without the Secretary's approval for civil disturbance operations.
Well, if I may, Madam Chairman, I'm looking at a memo for Secretary of the Army, employment guidance for the District of Columbia National Guard, dated January 4, 2021, I received it, and it responds to a memorandum regarding the district's request for support for the planned demonstrations from January 5th to 6th, 2021, and you are authorized to approve the requested support subject to my guidance below, subject to consultation, and then it points out a number of things that are not authorized. So this letter of January 4, I'd like to be in the record because somewhere there's a problem here. And I've been listening carefully, trying to find out what the problem is, but there were certain reports that just were not issued, and they were of an intelligence nature. And I'm curious about finding out which ones essentially did what. So if you have any response to that, other reports, and could let this committee know, it would be appreciated.
Yes, ma'am, happy to do so. I think the key here is, and I think my DHS colleague mentioned this, is the intelligence we had articulated that we knew people were coming to the D.C. area. We knew there was a possibility they would come armed and potentially have conflict amongst themselves. What we lacked, and I think you heard this last week from all the folks that testified as well, none of us had any intelligence that suggested individuals were going to storm and breach the Capitol, and that was the intelligence that we lacked.
Well, I think that remains to be seen, but I appreciate the comment, and I think that's what this committee has to look for. and make a determination whether there was, in fact, adequate pre-question, pre-interest, and there is a record. And I thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you.
Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I get into my line of questioning for today's subject, Ms. Smyslova, I received, when I'm sitting here in the hearing, a press release from Capitol Police that said that we have obtained intelligence that shows a possible plot to breach the Capitol by an identified militia group on Thursday, March 4th. Is that a threat that you're aware of?
Senator, we issued a bulletin last night, co-authored with the FBI, about extremists discussing March 4th and March 6th. Is that what you're referring to? It's a joint
yes,
intelligence bulletin we released last night around, it was very late, midnight, I think. Yes.
Okay. Well, again, so the threats are ongoing.
Yes.
General Walker, to review the timeline, at 1:49, Chief Sund contacted you. At 2:15, the Capitol was breached. I think in your testimony you said you had available 340 D.C. National Guard troops. Is that correct?
Well, sir, it was actually half of that. So half were on the streets helping the Metropolitan Police Department. The other half would have came in to relieve them. But we would have called them in to come in.
Okay. So you had 40 in the quick reaction force, correct?
Yes, sir.
So had you been able to, had this all been pre-approved by the Secretary of Defense? And I'm mindful of the considerations of having military involved in civil disturbances, and I think that's part of the issue. Some of the blowback that occurred with the spring instances. How quickly could have you gotten how many people to the Capitol?
20 minutes.
How many people?
150.
Okay. I think that's important information to have. I think, quite honestly, what we need to do here is we need to completely reconstruct what happened. And I mean completely reconstructed. We need to obtain eyewitness testimony from different vantage points, from different perspectives, and that's certainly what I've tried to do. Ms. Sanborn, how many points of confrontation occurred during the riot? I mean, in other words, were these primarily at choke points, doors, windows that were breached, and then inside the Capitol, again, outside the House chamber? Or was there the Capitol is 751 feet long. Was this a 751 long line that Capitol Police and other law enforcement were battling protesters?
Thank you for the question. I think we're still in the process of gathering that data. Obviously, the folks that we have charged, we've charged for breaching and getting inside, and so we at least know that at some point they got through a choke point. The actual distance of how long that was is still part of what we're examining, sir.
Okay, but we've got all kinds of video, all kinds of photographs, so you obviously are examining that, and from that video, you've been able to arrest 300 people. 300 people have been charged. 18 have been charged with conspiracy. 40 have been arrested for assault on law enforcement officers. So have you, looking at those videos, maybe not been able to identify the people, but have you counted the number of people that you want to identify, for example, that will probably be charged with assault?
So we're still doing that, and that number increases just like the arrests every day, and so far we have identified hundreds of people that we're trying to still identify.
Okay, well, again, we've got 300 individuals who have been charged, 40 have been charged by assault. Do you expect the hundreds of people to be charged with assault, or will those be disorderly conduct, unlawful entry? I mean, give me some sort of sense of the extent of this.
Absolutely, it's a fair question. So I think the charges have ranged from everything from trespassing to obstruction to definitely assault on federal officers. We have a fair number of those, and so the charges based on the actual behavior that the individual partook that day definitely vary.
How many firearms were confiscated in the Capitol or on Capitol grounds during that day?
To my knowledge, we have not recovered any on that day from any other arrests at the scene at this point. But I don't want to speak on behalf of Metro and Capitol Police, but to my knowledge, none.
So nobody's been charged with an actual firearm weapon in the Capitol or on Capitol grounds?
Correct. The closest we came was the vehicle that had the Molotov cocktails in it, and when we did a search of that vehicle later on, there was a weapon. But
How many shots were fired that we know of?
I believe the only shots that were fired were the ones that resulted in the death of the one lady.
Okay. Well, again, I appreciate the chair's comments about a bipartisan, nonpartisan investigation here, seeking out the truth. That's what I'm trying to do. Cognizant of how I was reacted to by offering an eyewitness account at the last hearing, I'll risk entering another piece of reporting into the record. This is from the New York Times. Hopefully that'll be viewed more favorably. The title is A Small Group of Militants, Outsized Role in the Capitol Attack. In that report, it says federal prosecutors have said members of the Oath Keepers militia group planned and organized their attack and, quote, put into motion the violence that overwhelmed the Capitol. The reason I'm entering this in the record and read that quote is that it really does seem to align with the eyewitness account that I read portions of in the record last week. No conspiracy theory, just an eyewitness account from a knowledgeable observer. I didn't get to the point of the actual attack, and I want to just read a couple excerpts. This is the title, Provocateurs Turn Unsuspecting Marches into an Invading Mob. And again, these provocateurs are primarily white supremacist groups. Then a loud bellowing shout from behind, quote, forward, do not retreat, forward. Then two other men standing across from one another on the high granite curbs on either side of the footpath bellowed variations of forward, do not dare retreat. Some made direct eye contact at people and pointed directly at them as if trying to psych them into submitting. A third man standing on a chair also shouting forward, reached down and grabbed me by the shoulder and barked, don't retreat, get back up there. It wasn't an expression of enthusiasm or solidarity. It sounded like a military order. And it wasn't from a wild-eyed kid. This guy was probably in his 50s. He looked furious with me. Nobody seemed aware the Capitol was physically under attack. The tear gas caused pandemonium. But there was still no stampede, and people helped create or widen paths to allow others to leave the area. Then from the north, a column of uniformed, agile younger men walked briskly, single file toward the inaugural stand. They came within 2 feet of me. Their camouflage uniforms were clean, neat, and with a pattern I couldn't identify. These were the disciplined, uniformed column of attackers I had seen. There were a good 3 dozen of them moving in a single snake-like formation. They were organized, they were disciplined, they were prepared. We're taking the Capitol, the first or second announced. You're going to get arrested, someone called. Ms. Sandborn, does that tie into with what you're uncovering as you investigate exactly what happened in the Capitol that day, that you had these armed militia groups that had conspired and organized to be there, maybe dozens, we don't know how many, but that they were organized and knew how to use the mob to storm the Capitol? Is that kind of what you're seeing?
We definitely so far are seeing a mixture of that, absolutely. We're seeing people that got caught up in the moment, got caught up in the sort of the energy, et cetera, and made their way into the Capitol, and those are probably the ones that you're seeing the charges simply of trespassing. And then we're definitely seeing that portion that you're pointing out, which is small groups and cells now being charged with conspiracy that coalesced either on site or even days or weeks prior and had sort of an intent that day, and they, too, probably caught people up in the energy.
So just one final comment. I would urge anybody that criticized me for entering an eyewitness account in the record last week to please read the eyewitness account to take a look at actually what the truth is. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I call on Senator Merkley, I just want to ask you, Ms. Samber, one thing. These people that were assaulting the Capitol in military gear and were pinning an officer between a door and were using bear spray on officers in the Capitol, would you title them provocateurs?
Ma'am, it would all depend on the evidence behind the case, right? So as we're going through and we're figuring out what actually we know about each individual, it would just depend on what the facts and what we know holistically about that to be able to put a label on it.
Do you think there were some very serious, violent people involved in this insurrection?
100%. A lot of officers were injured and a lot of damage was done.
And would you describe the atmosphere as festive?
Absolutely not.
Thank you. Senator Merkley.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to all for your information. Assistant Secretary Salisis, if I understood your earlier comment, you thought the quick reaction team was only for reinforcing assistance to those members of the National Guard providing traffic control. Did I hear your comment correctly?
Yes, Senator, you did.
Thank you. Major General Walker, I believe that if I heard your comments correctly, that quick reaction team was there to respond as needed, including protection of the Capitol. Is that correct?
No, Senator. So they were actually to provide support to the guardsmen out there. What I would have wanted to do was remission them and get them to the Capitol immediately as a quick reaction force.
I see. So they weren't necessarily planned to help protect the Capitol, but you would reassign them to that in that type of emergency?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I was really struck by the complexity of the chain of command for trying to get a decision for response. It starts with the Capitol Police Board, which goes to the Chief of the Capitol Police, Stephen Sund, who goes to the Commanding General of the D.C. National Guard, who goes to the Secretary of Army, who then consults with people within Department of Army about whether it's appropriate, which then goes to the Secretary of Defense, who then consults Christopher Miller to decide to study that, who then gives an order back to the Commanding General of the D.C. National Guard. This six-step process seems totally unsuited to the situation of responding quickly to an emergency. And just wanted to ask you, Commander Walker, if I'm reading this chain of command correctly, and do you share the view that this is way too complex for a moment when you need to respond quickly?
So, Senator, it's a long-standing process, but it can work in minutes. So, for example, during the first week of June, the Secretary of the Army was with me. I watched him call the Secretary of Defense and consult with the Attorney General and respond back to me with a approval within minutes. So it's an elaborate process, but it doesn't always have to be when in extremist circumstances, we can get it done over the phone very quickly.
If I understand right, it's normally an elaborate process done in advance, and in fact, the information came to you on January 1st. You got back a response on January 5th, so this was before January 6th, but it had this provision that this restriction that I think you've testified to was unusual, that required reconsultation on January 6th in a fashion that deeply inhibited the ability to move quickly.
That's right, Senator.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to turn to Undersecretary Smyslova. And you've been with the department for how long?
17 years, sir.
For 17 years, and I think you were the Deputy Undersecretary on January 6th, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, I was struck by different reports that came from officials saying that there was a mood within the department, and I'll just quote one formal official report, quote, "Nobody wanted to write a formal intelligence report about this, in part of the fear that such a report would be very poorly received by the MAGA folks within DHS." And to follow this up, Brian Murphy, former head of DHS, and I don't know, were you also the deputy to him as well?
I was one of his deputies, yes, sir.
He noted that DHS officials had ordered him to stay away from the threat of white nationalism, that Chad Wolf, Ken Cuccinelli, also had asked him to modify intel assessments to ensure that they matched up with public comments by President Trump to downplay the threat posed by white supremacists. In your time at DHS, it's very important that intelligence is unaffected by politics. It's like the root information. Did you get a sense that there was kind of a troubling cloud as reported in various sources, including from the former head of DHS, that there was this troubling cloud of political influence over the quality or the kind of determination of how intelligence was presented to officials.
I can say that INA's reports did not change. We did not change our assessments based on any political pressure or interference. We did publish the Homeland Threat Assessment. It's a publicly available document that does state that white supremacists are the most persistent and lethal threat to the homeland.
So did you ever feel any pressure or receive any encouragement, even kind of in a less formal way, I'm not talking about a written document, that you needed to be very careful about clarifying the threat posed by white extremists?
I did not personally receive that.
And do you consider Brian Murphy's report that that type of pressure was applied to be accurate or inaccurate?
His is a whistleblower complaint, and it is still being adjudicated.
No, I understand, but I'm asking you, you were right there in the leadership. You never got a sense that there was any type of political influence like he reported regarding encouragement to downplay?
I did not personally have that influence pushed upon me, sir.
Okay, thank you. Some have suggested that the reason that there were formal intelligence assessments regarding earlier events, including the protests in Portland, but not such a detailed presentation related to January 6th, was because of this pressure to downplay to some degree the threat posed by white extremists.
I would like to point out, sir, that the two instances are very different. Our support during some of the civil unrest and the protests, specifically in Portland, were at the direct request of our own DHS federal law enforcement partners. And in that capacity, we were reacting to a pattern of violence that had shown itself for several weeks. Our open source team did an excellent job in many instances of providing specific information that kept those officers safe. They were reporting things like bricks may be used today as a weapon, another day it might be bug spray combined with leaf blowers or lasers. Our work, by contrast, leading up to the election and January 6th is quite different. It's a different kind of an environment. There's not that pattern of violence. It is a different kind of assessment. So I do suggest, sir, that it's impossible to compare the two.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator. The chair recognizes Senator Sinema for your questions.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. During last week's hearing, we heard about coordinated security planning efforts between law enforcement and federal partners for January 6th, including areas where planning could be improved. As part of this conversation, the committees heard about intelligence shared by the FBI field office in Norfolk, Virginia on January 5th, warning of extremists preparing to travel for, quote, war. We also heard from the former chief of U.S. Capitol Police that he never saw this report and that on January 6th, he knew of no intelligence suggesting there would be a coordinated violent attack on the U.S. Capitol. The head of the FBI's Washington field office has previously said publicly that the Bureau did not have intelligence suggesting the rally would turn violent prior to the January 5th report. However, on January 8th, a podcast from the New York Times outlined activity across multiple social media platforms showing coordination between groups ahead of the January 6th attack. The podcast highlighted social media conversations about coordinating travel, bringing weapons, and using language like Occupy the Capitol and the revolution will come to Washington. So my first question is for Ms. Sanborn. Was the FBI aware of these specific conversations on social media?
To my knowledge, no, ma'am, and I would just sort of articulate why that is. So under our authorities, because being mindful of the First Amendment and our dual-headed mission to uphold the Constitution, we cannot collect First Amendment protected activities without sort of the next step, which is the intent. And so we'd have to have an already predicated investigation that allowed us access to those comms and or a lead or a tip or a report from a community citizen or a fellow law enforcement partner for us to gather that information.
So the FBI does not monitor publicly available social media conversations?
Correct, ma'am. It's not within our authorities.
So my next question is for Ms. Sanborn and then Ms. Slislova. Did the preparations for January 6th rally follow the typical process for sharing information among law enforcement entities when confronted by this type of an event with a high potential for violence? And were there additional processes implemented to consider that, as Senator Klobuchar pointed out, this was an event with Congress in session and the Vice President and Vice President-elect all gathered in one place?
Yes, ma'am. So a couple of things we did different than normal operations is we sent out and made this a national priority for all of our 56 field offices to actively go out and ask sources, collect information on any threats that posed to the National Capital Region, not only for the 6th, but for the inauguration. That tasking is what led to the potential collection in the Norfolk field office. We also, a step we took that is different than our normal every course a day of business is both Washington field office and headquarters stood up command posts. So we activated our NC3, which is a multi-agency task force that was 24/7 inside the Hoover building, inside SIAC, and Washington Field mirrored that in their field office.
And ma'am,
yes.
Yes, ma'am. And DHS also, INA, had been on a heightened period of alert before the election and then after the election. We also participated in the command posts in the Washington the Washington Fusion Center. In retrospect, we may have been better off if we had considered sending out some kind of a terrorism bulletin, but we did not do that before January 6th.
So, and this is a follow-up question for both of you. The FBI field offices did have intelligence outlining a threat to Congress. We know that conversations were happening on publicly available social media, and DHS was tracking the travel of some of these suspected radicals. So given all of these pieces, what, in your opinion, broke down, and what got in the way of law enforcement properly planning to meet these publicly articulated threats?
I'll start. I think exactly the processes we had in place we followed, and I think that's the good news. I think, as you heard the director yesterday, and I would echo, anytime there's an attack, we in the FBI want to bat 1,000, and we want to not ever have this happen again. And so we're asking ourselves exactly the questions that you're asking. Is there a place that we could have collected more? Is there something that we could have done? And so that is exactly what we're looking back at. I think that the information we had, we worked quickly to try to get that out in reporting and share it in multiple ways, verbally, email, putting it in portals, et cetera. But 100% you can rest assured we're asking ourselves the same, as we want to continue to improve and get better.
And ma'am, we also at DHS are completely dissatisfied with the result of our efforts leading up to January 6th. We are re-examining how we distribute our information, how we coordinate with our partners. We thought that it was sufficient, and clearly it was not. We are also working much more focused on applying more resources to better understanding this particular threat. We also are looking at how we can better understand social media to get those tips and maybe get better insight into what this adversary is doing. This is a very difficult threat for us in the intelligence community to understand. It will require more partnerships with non-traditional partners and with our standard state and local partners, and you will see that we will reinforce our already good partnership with the FBI. We will do better.
Well, thank you. Following up on that last comment around local partnerships, I wanted to go back to Ms. Sanborn. On January 5th, the FBI did receive information that armed protests were being planned at Capitol buildings in all 50 state capitals. Could you just briefly, in the time we have left, share how that intel was acted upon and how it was shared across the country?
Ma'am, I don't recall off the top of my head. I'd have to get back to you on the mechanism that we did to share that information.
So based on that response, would it be fair to assume that it was not a particularly high priority that there were armed protests planned at all 50 state capitals across the country?
No, it 100% was a high priority, and it definitely, for our mission and our focus, we were not on the 6th only focused on the National Capital Region. We were focused on the whole country, and so it 100% was a very important focus for us. I just can't remember the mechanism of the document or whether it was an email, whether it was a joint product, how we passed that information, but we were concerned with it, and I know we disseminated it in some form, and I owe you that.
Thank you. So I'll just have my team follow up with you. Mr. Chair, I see that my time has expired. I yield back and thank you.
Thank you. Senator Padilla, you are recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First a comment, then a question for the witnesses. I understand, there's a lot of people saying they'd like to see a reconstruction of the events of January 6th and how they came to be. For anybody genuinely interested, I turn their attention to the House Impeachment Manager's presentation to the United States Senate from February 9th through the 13th. My questions today, though, are in some ways a follow-up to yesterday's Judiciary Committee hearing, where we heard from FBI Director Chris Wray. And I'm going to quote from his testimony yesterday. Quote, "We are not aware of any widespread evidence of voter fraud, much less that would have affected the outcome in the presidential election." End quote. And yet former President Trump and other people with influence continue to spread lies and disinformation about how the November 2020 election was stolen. Former President Trump continued this effort most recently at the Conservative Political Action Conference on Sunday, falsely claiming, and I'll quote from him, "We did even better in the second election than we did in the first. You know, I won the first, we won the second, we did much better." Prior to joining the United States Senate, I served for 6 years as California Secretary of State, which includes the responsibility of serving as California's Chief Elections Officer for the most populous state in the nation. I know Trump is lying. We all know Trump is lying. FBI Director Wray told us yesterday that one of the biggest challenges the government faces in confronting domestic terrorism is separating the signal from the noise. This was particularly true in the lead-up to the January 6th insurrection, when people of influence, particularly former and current elected officials, continue to spread lies and disinformation about election integrity. I would imagine that creates a lot more noise, unnecessary noise, counterproductive noise, dangerous noise for you all to have to sift through. I suspect it also serves to radicalize some number of people to actually take action, including violent action, just as we have seen for years with jihadist propaganda and other forms of foreign terrorism. So my question for each of you, 2 questions actually. 1, does the perpetuation of disinformation about the 2020 election make your job harder, and how? Second, what kind of message does the January 6th insurrection send to other domestic violent extremists and our foreign adversaries as well?
I'll start. I think I'd start with pinpointing the specific thing that just drives somebody to mobilization is very, very, very difficult, and it's probably more complex in the domestic violent extremist space than any other of the terrorism threats we face. And why that is what we've found in our investigations is domestic violent extremists not only are potentially doing what they're doing in an insular manner, but it's a combination of an ideology that they have, and what makes it different is a very unique personalized grievance. And when those things combine, that appears to be what pushes them to mobilization. And so for every single individual, we're trying to find that, but it's incredibly hard, and it relies a lot on their ability, post-disruption, to explain that process to that. And so that's something we're trying very hard to get to the bottom of on each of these cases.
And, sir, we did warn in our National Terrorism Advisory System Bulletin that we assess perceived grievances that are fueled by false narratives could continue to mobilize or incite people to commit violence. So to that extent, yes, false narratives are difficult.
Senator, the Department of Defense does not do domestic intelligence on U.S. citizens, but there's no tolerance for extremists in the ranks of the Defense Department. Secretary Austin, within the first few weeks of taking over as the Secretary, ordered a stand-down in the Defense Department, a one-day stand-down to examine extremism, educate people, and make sure that we're doing everything we can to root that out.
Senator General, I'll spare you for a second because I want to make sure I get some clarity here. Now, I know these issues are complex. Your work is tremendously complex and challenging. But the answer to the first question, based on what I hear, tell me if you disagree, is the question being, does this make your job harder? The answer would be so far, yes, yes, yes. Is that correct?
It's twofold, right? It's volume. Any more volume makes it harder. And the more variety of things that inspire people definitely makes pinpointing it to a specific one challenging. And so variety of inspiration combined with amount of rhetoric out there definitely are two things that add.
Okay. And in the limited time I have left, I want to make sure we address the second question, which is, what message do you believe this is sending to other domestic violent extremists, let alone foreign adversaries?
We do assess that the breach on the Capitol could inspire others to act, if that's what you're asking, sir.
I agree. Anytime an adversary is successful, others pay attention, and so we're worried that this would be an inspiration.
I agree with that.
I agree as well, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Just for planning purposes, before I recognize the next member from my committee, our witnesses, you've been here a long time, so what our plan is to give you a little, in the future here, the near future, a chance to stretch a little bit. I'm going to recognize one more senator from my committee. Chairwoman Klobuchar will recognize one from her committee, then we'll give you a 5-minute break. So with that, Senator Rosen, you are recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Chairman Peters. I appreciate you and all the other senators on the Rules Committee for bringing together this joint hearing. Is really important, and appreciate everyone for being here. In October 2020, DHS warned that, and I quote, racially and ethnically motivated violent extremists, specifically white supremacist extremists, will remain the most persistent and lethal threat in the homeland, unquote. And that, quote again, violent actors might target events related to the post-election period, unquote. According to a former DHS Assistant Secretary for Counterterrorism and Threat Prevention, the Office of Intelligence and Analysis, or INA, was aware of the potential for violence on January 6th, and I quote again, but for reasons of fear, didn't want to formalize reports. We know Senator Merkley asked you this question already. But in fact, the day before the attacks, INA sent a national summary to law enforcement partners stating that there was nothing significant to report, nothing significant to report. And so if DHS assessed white supremacists to be the most lethal threat to Americans, and if INA was aware of domestic violent extremists mobilizing to cause violence on January 6th, then why didn't the department issue a formal intelligence warning that violence could occur? And I'm asked this of Ms. Smyslova.
Yes, ma'am. First, we have heard of that report that we supposedly sent out that said nothing significant to report, and we cannot locate that. So I have no idea where that notion came from.
Will you follow up with us on that report, see if you can find it, or where we got that impression?
We've looked, ma'am, for a while. So we don't have a copy of that report. This wouldn't be an official report INA sent out. It is possible, ma'am, that what it came from was maybe a phone call or something else where we said we had nothing additional to report. We did view the work that we had done prior to January 6th as being sufficiently specific in warning of the possible threat. Some of the reports we did distribute, you just quoted from yourself. So it was our belief that those warnings were enough. Obviously, they were not. We are working very hard now to do two things. One, get better specificity and insight into this particular threat. And then secondly, understand better how our customers receive our products, read our products, who gets our products. It is unclear to us why they were not received and we were not better prepared for a possible attack.
I want to ask a follow-up on that. Did INA share any intelligence products with national fusion centers relaying information about possible violence on January 6th? And is Capitol Police part of the D.C. Area Fusion Center?
Yes, we talked specifically to the Capitol Police in early December, made sure that they were in receipt of all of our products, and they received, again, the one we put out just a week before the attack that we co-authored with FBI, National Counterterrorism Center. We know that all of our products do go to the National Network of Fusion Centers, and we, in fact, participated in a phone call that was sponsored by the National Network of Fusion Centers the day before, on January 5th, where we also reiterated our concerns that we were in a heightened threat environment, that this particular adversary could mobilize quickly, and they most likely as small cells, lone offenders, they would most likely come armed, and they could, were interested in attacking specifically government buildings and large gatherings.
Well, I appreciate that, but it seems like we weren't exactly ready. So moving forward, I know you alluded that you're going to try to figure out where your product goes and who talks about it, but how are you going to specifically elevate INA's assessment that white supremacists are the homeland's most lethal threat so that quality, detailed, and informed intelligence actually reaches our communities, including our local law enforcement, ahead of possible attacks so that we can prevent any loss of life, certainly, or other kinds of damage?
Yes, ma'am. And the department is committed to doing that. Our secretary is very committed to coming up with a whole of DHS approach to better combat domestic terrorism. We are working across the department to understand how to better articulate the threat and deliver the threat and how to mitigate it with our state and local partners.
Thank you. I want to move on because the day before the insurrection, the FBI issued an internal warning that extremists plan to take part in violence on January 6th. Last week, I asked Metro PD about the intelligence failures leading up to the attack. Acting Chief of Police Conti told me that FBI emailed MPD an alert bulletin warning about potential violence at 7 p.m. the night before the attack. Mr. Conti told me, again, I'm going to quote here, I would certainly think that something as violent as an insurrection at the Capitol would warrant a phone call or something, unquote. But yesterday, FBI Director Wray shared that his information had been provided to local law enforcement multiple times and in multiple forms. So, Ms. Sanborn, it sounds like either Mr. Conti or Director Wray was mistaken. So can you corroborate Director Wray's statement? And if indeed the warning was only sent in writing, why didn't the FBI go a little bit further? Why did it not alert local law enforcement about the possible violent insurrection in a manner more consistent with the gravity of the threat on our country?
Yes, ma'am, I appreciate the question. I think I'll start with the information we received, just to correctly characterize what it was information off the internet, unattributable to a specific person. That being said, the content and the suggestion of what may or may not happen was concerning enough that based on our prioritizing this as a collection priority for our 56 field offices, they quickly wrote that up and within the hour had that information to the Washington field office. They wrote it up in a document specifically for dissemination to state and local partners, but really they tried to belt and suspender that together. They wanted to make sure that we just didn't rely on the dissemination of a product that we also followed up with an email. So it went out in an email to all task force officers on the Washington JTTF task force. And there's numerous of those from the National Capital Region that received that email. Still, on top of that, they didn't want to rely on just the email and the written document. In one of the command post briefings that they were doing back then, every couple of hours, they specifically stood up and talked about this to try to have a common operating picture of what this information was. And then still to go a step further and not rely on just that and make sure that we broadened the visibility, not just to the National Capital Region, but that we opened that aperture to the whole country for our state and local partners. We posted that situation information report on what we call the LEAP portal, which is available to all state and local partners. And why that's significant is it gives them awareness, but it also gives them the opportunity to maybe even potentially add collection to what our piece that we got from the social media posting online.
Thank you. I know my time's expired, so I'll take this question offline, but you're encountering so many online threatening posts. We need to maybe change the definition of specific threats, raise them up. Thank you.
Very good thoughts, Senator Rosen. Next, Senator Warner from the Rules Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And let me also agree with you and Senator Rosen that the cross-pollination that takes place on social media platforms and on the dark web need to be pursued. I appreciate Ms. Sanborn's appropriate response that you not arbitrarily collect off of American citizens if there's not some nexus. But I do think it's important, and I think others have mentioned this, that domestic violent extremists didn't start with January 6th. They didn't start with Donald Trump. They're not going to end with January 6th. They're not going to end with Donald Trump. In my state, we saw a few years back the Unite the Right rally at Charlottesville, where many of these same groups and affiliations came together in another violent effort where one protester was killed and fortunately lost a couple members of our state police. Director Wray has repeatedly said in testimony before the Intelligence Committee, the Worldwide Threat Assessment, that domestic violent extremists are a major national security threat to this country. I personally believe that that message was downplayed during the previous administration because they didn't want to hear it. And what I want to start with Ms. Lova and Assistant Director Sanborn. Director Sanborn, it's great to see you again, is that recognizing the constraints that are placed upon you in terms of collections, but also acknowledging that this threat has been around for some time. The FBI in particular has acknowledged that it is an extraordinary, major, severe threat. What have you both been able to do in engaging in open source intelligence and independent research communities to better identify these DVEs? I know in the run-up to the January 6th insurrection, there was research done by Harvard's Joan Donovan and Elon University's Megan Squire, as well as other researchers that pointed to the fact that these DVEs and the affiliated groups, oftentimes groups that are working in conjunction with groups in Europe, were planning this effort. So how are you, both DHS and FBI, utilizing these independent researchers, open source activities, and making sure we've got a better handle on it, recognizing the appropriate constraints on what you can do directly?
Yes, Senator, thank you for the question. We just last week met as Inside INA to discuss contracting with some of those experts outside. We are aware that we need to invest more in our understanding of domestic terror. We understand as well that it will require a different approach than a traditional intelligence community approach. We must use different sources to understand this threat. We are looking to get outside experts, invest more in-house. We are secondly looking at how to better understand the social media world so that we can better focus on where we might actually find specific and insightful information about what the adversary is thinking about. We are additionally working to partner more with our state and local colleagues who we know have a different perspective of this threat and have more information in some cases than we do. And we are also, again, partnering more across the department and with our federal partners, increasing our relationships with FBI.
Ms. Sandberg?
Thank you, Senator. Nice to see you again as well. I'd sort of say what we're trying to do, and I'll put it in 3 buckets really for you. Increasing our private sector outreach is 100%. I have a section just inside my division that does nothing but partner engagement. We have found that the better we educate them on the threat we're facing and painting a picture for them of what those threats we are, they're better able to pay attention and collect and refer information to us, and that is helpful. And I think that's why when we talk about the fact that 50% of our tips and leads to our cases or predication for our cases come from that relationship and that education. We're also, same as my colleague said, using the state and local partners. So we leverage the fusion centers a lot and their ability and their expertise. And the Orange County Fusion Center in California is a great example of leading sort of the analytics of social media and leveraging their expertise to predicate cases. And they were actually behind the predication of the case, the base that we disrupted. And then last, I would say, challenging ourselves for better collection inside, right? Trying to point our sources and our collection to be in the right places to collect the intelligence that we need. And that is what led to the Norfolk SIR. That is us pointing our collection in a space that gathered that information.
I have to tell you, respectfully, I'm pretty disappointed with both of your answers. This is not a new threat. We've seen since 2016 election how foreign adversaries manipulate social media. We hear repeatedly from DHS and FBI that we're going to get better at collecting. We saw the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville. We heard people say we're going to get better at collecting information and better partnering. Neither one of you referenced. There's literally a host of experts at academia, organizations like Graphica, and others that are monitoring the DVEs and their activities, oftentimes in their connections to anti-government groups in Europe, again, oftentimes amplified by nations like Russia. And I just, we're always going to get ready, and then we're somehow surprised when we see the kind of chaos that took place on January 6th. We can't always be saying we're going to do better next time when this threat has been around for years. It is not going to disappear with Donald Trump. There's never been somebody that was as active in encouraging these kind of individuals. But we got to pick up our game, and I do think the academic researchers are a tool that we need to better develop. I think we need to work it was on the intel side with some of our foreign partners. Again, many of these groups have connections to foreign anti-government extremists. And I'll just close. I know my time's going out. This is not directly you, Director Sanborn, but I had a number of senior conversations with FBI officials both January 5th and January 6th, where I was constantly reassured, don't worry. We think from the FBI standpoint, we've got this pretty well under control. That was not the case, and we now have the capital of the United States desecrated. And for our adversaries, I say from an intel standpoint, the Vladimir Putin's and the Xi Jinping's of the world, the images of those marauders across the whole world is going to be a price that we'll be paying for many years to come. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Warner, and thank you for your work as chair of the Intelligence Committee. We're now going to break 5 to 10 minutes, so we will be back at that moment. Thank you.
The committee will come back to order. Senator Langford, you are recognized for your questions.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for this. Witnesses, thank you. I appreciate your engagement. We're trying to all fill in blanks, and none of you have all the answers on this. We're not expecting this panel to be able to cover everything on it, but I do appreciate the gaps that you're helping us fill as we go through this conversation together. Ms. Spislova, I want to ask you a couple of questions about the IC. I've read through some of the sensitive information that was sent out to law enforcement in advance of January the 6th. Help me understand someone that's getting that report. Obviously, many of these folks that are getting the report from Capitol Police and others, Sergeant at Arms, they get reports like this similar every day. If I look at the reports prior to January the 6th that are coming out from intelligence, I have a hard time looking at it and getting the context of how is this different than normal. So help me understand for those reports, for someone who's reading these reports every day, how would they understand the context of what you're seeing or what the folks are seeing on the ground that's different than what they had seen 3 months before, 6 months before, a year before?
Yes, sir. That is a great question, and that is one that we are now reassessing. It was our view, again, when I prepared for this hearing and I looked at all of the work that we had done, specifically talking about the extremists that would be motivated by the dissatisfaction with the election results and also unhappy with some of the restrictions related to COVID-19. The reports are quite good. They're well written. They seem to summarize pretty succinctly. I mean, I look at them and I'm proud of the team, which has produced twice as many reports on domestic terrorism this last year as they did the year before. But to your point, it might be hard to see that trend over time in the noise. So looking backwards from, now what didn't happen, right? We are examining, should there be different types of reports? Should we use some of the tools that DHS has, such as the National Terrorism Advisory System? We have restarted the Counterterrorism Advisory Board, which was occurring monthly under the previous administration and had fallen off for a variety of reasons the last few years. We've restarted that. Secretary Mayorkas is challenging us all to do a better job when it comes to combating terrorism, domestic terrorism. So I guess that's a long way, sir, of saying we are taking a look at the reports that we have done. We will be engaging very directly with all of our stakeholders, asking them what we could do better, asking them how they might better receive the information. Should we put it in a different format? Is there some way we should remind them that this is an alert? And it is hard, candidly, with the volume of information that we all receive daily.
Sure. You're getting a tremendous amount, and that information continues to be able to flow. But when I look at the reports and look at even the bottom line up front that's at the beginning of it, it all seems very standard to me. There doesn't seem to be an elevated risk. Now, there's some details that come afterwards that if you're reading through it, you could then elevate it. And as you've heard some members on this committee and others in the media have pulled out specific statements buried in a report and pulled it out and said, well, how could you have missed this?
Right.
But in the bottom line up front, it looks very standard. Here are the risks. Here are the things that we're seeing. There doesn't seem to be something that would say, hey, this is higher than normal. If I can use the intel term, it seems to be chatter. Even in the report itself, it identifies multiple places. This was one person on a social media site, and they had one comment that they made on it. That would make someone think this is one person out there saying this. This doesn't look like a movement that's happening. So if that was accurate, to say we're hearing some chatter on that, there has to be some way to be able to note that for the future, to be able to say elevated, more so than normal, higher than it was a week ago, some way to be able to show a trend line, whether it's bottom line up front all the way through to say it's increasing in awareness on this.
No,
and that is something that is fixable. I would tell you my challenge from serving on the Intel Committee is seeing different reports that come through that are so carefully scripted, they say nothing. So getting as many pieces of raw information as possible, which are in some of these reports, but then to also make sure that the assessments and the statements are very, very clear will help everyone in the process. We do reach moments where it becomes so politicized that we've got to be able to turn down the volume of that particular word that at the end of it, they don't say anything. General, can I ask you a question on this as well? For any of the operations that Washington, D.C. has, or that you know of for other National Guard members, in any operation that you're going to be around, and you had obviously soldiers that were involved, scattered around the city helping with traffic duties and such during the day, do you get the threat assessments in advance, the same as what Capitol Police, Metro Police would get? Because obviously you're assisting Metro Police, so would you get the same threat assessments that they get as they're leading up to the event, so that you would have that for that event as well?
Yes, Senator, we do receive finished intelligence products.
Okay. Are those helpful to you?
They are.
Good. Is there anything that you're missing when you go through those reports that you wish was there?
No, sir.
Yeah. We would all love to see 2020 into the future. I get that completely. You've made several comments through the course of the day today that I've noted, and then in your statement itself, where you stated the Secretary of Army's January 5th letter withheld authority for me to employ the Quick Reaction Force. Now, we've talked about that, and several of us have brought it up. I want to ask a question for the folks that were actually on traffic duty and such, that were helping out that day and standing side by side with Metro Police to help them. Were those folks armed with less lethal implements to be able to help in case there was a riot situation or an unruly crowd? Could they have engaged from where they were with less than lethal force?
So they weren't equipped with less than lethal, but they were equipped with force protection, helmets, shin guards, body protection.
Were they wearing those, or were those in the vehicles?
They were in the vehicles.
They were in the vehicles. And those, my understanding was, were those weren't military vehicles that day. They were to be unmarked vehicles that were other government vehicles. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir. They were GSA vehicles.
Got it. And then there was no overhead for your folks that were out that day. My understanding is there was a request from the mayor to not have military vehicles, to not have helicopters up in the air that day in support. Would that have typically been something that you would have asked for in the past, to be able to have some kind of overhead for a day like that?
No, sir. We would not have needed helicopters or any kind of air support for a mission like that. Just simple traffic control. And the Quick Reaction Force was available to support them if they needed it.
But they are physically how far away? As far as minutes, I don't have to say where they were exactly.
About 25 minutes away.
So Quick Reaction Force was 25 minutes away. Even if it was go, we need you to be able to respond. It's 25 minutes on a good traffic situation to be able to get there, barring what's happening with the crowd.
Well, we would have had a police escort. So the District of Columbia has military police and security forces. Both have marked police vehicles with the emergency equipment, lights, sirens.
Right. And just to clarify, that's 40 individuals on that Quick Reaction Force. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Senator Laneberg. Next up, Senator King from the Rules Committee.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thanks for holding this hearing. A quick question for Mr. Solisas. I know the Defense Department has its own intelligence service, the DIA, and this is a question for the record. I would appreciate it if you would check and provide to the committee whatever there are in the way of intelligence products that were available to the Department of Defense in the week prior to, and the day, particularly the day prior to January 6th. And they can be submitted in a classified setting if there are issues of sources and methods. I don't know if there's any such material, but if there is, I hope you will make it available to the committee. General Walker, you're a very important witness today because you were in the midst of all of this and you were in touch. And what we're really struggling with here is why that long delay. And you testified earlier that in the summer, the delay was a matter of minutes. This time, it was a matter of 3 hours and 19 minutes, I think as Senator Portman said. The question is, was the delay caused, in your judgment, from being on these various phone calls by anything remotely resembling politics and a desire not to interfere with this particular group, or was it because of I think the word blowback has been used, the concerns about what had happened in the summer and the criticism that the Guard had taken for its actions at Lafayette Square or in other parts of the protests of the summer? What do you think was going on here in terms of why this matter took so long to respond to?
So, Senator King, I think it was a combination of both. In my judgment, it was two factors. So I had the benefit and comfort of having the Secretary of the Army co-located with me during the summer. So he was right next to me for pretty much that entire week, the first week of June. And I was in constant communication with him. I had his phone number, he had mine, and we communicated regularly. I didn't have that benefit for January 6th. So there was some concern. I don't think it was so much of what the District of Columbia National Guard and Guard Nation did for June. I think it was more the word that I kept hearing was the optics of it. And there was a concern that it could inflame the protesters. So a uniform presence of guardsmen, U.S. Army, U.S. Air Force uniforms could inflame the protesters. That was a concern as well. That was a thought by Army senior leaders.
And the optics that you mentioned, that's sort of, in this context, become a bit of a pejorative term. But what they were really worried about, in my understanding, is the visuals of armed troops and military vehicles and barriers surrounding the United States Capitol. Ironically, that's what we ended up with. But is that the concern that you discerned in those conversations?
Well, Senator, nobody was talking about being armed on January 6th. We were talking about physical presence, civil disturbance, equipped guardsmen to form a line with the United States Capitol Police and the Metropolitan Police to restore order and prevent the Capitol from being breached.
But there's no question that the day before, or the days before, the city made it clear that they did not want the National Guard at the Capitol. Is that accurate?
No, sir. The city doesn't have standing at the Capitol. So the city, the mayor's request and the director of Homeland Security, Dr. Rodriguez's request, did not talk about the Capitol at all.
Okay, so the request from the city was directed toward the traffic control and those kinds of things away from the Capitol.
Yes, sir.
Let's move from history to what we learned from this. In your view, should there be changes in the process or changes in the chain of command in an emergency situation to enable the National Guard, whether it's you here in the District of Columbia or a National Guard unit in New York or San Francisco or Austin, Texas, should this be something that we're concerned about? The 3 hours of reaction in a true emergency situation seems to be something we need to figure out how to avoid.
If I can answer it two ways, I think you should be concerned that Chief Son was not allowed to contact me and ask for help in advance. So then we could have had the right forces positioned to support the Capitol Police and protect the Capitol. That's one. Number two, the request did take too long. The response to the request took too long. So I think there needs to be a study done to make sure that never happens again. It shouldn't take 3 hours to either say yes or no to a urgent request from either the Capitol Police, the Park Police, the Metropolitan Police Department. In an event like that where everybody saw it, it should not take 3 hours. But before that would have happened, I think the Capitol Police should have been empowered to request National Guard assistance in enough time that we would have been there ready to have a large quick reaction force sitting possibly at the armory, possibly closer, to be ready to respond and not be late to need.
So the limitation on the Capitol Police ability to liaise with you prior to the event was an issue, but I want to get to the larger issue of being able to react, and should we have a contingency plan? Should there be an after-action assessment within the Department of Defense about those 3 hours and how to empower the local leadership, such as yourself, to react in an extraordinary emergency so that you don't have to go through whatever it was that caused the delay, whether it was communication or chain of command or consultation. But clearly, again, this could be an emergency in another city under entirely different circumstances. Don't you think it would be prudent for us to have a contingency plans that would be
yes, sir.
more expeditious?
So emergency authority to act in an emergency, to witness what occurred and to be able to respond, yes, I think going forward, somebody should consider, at the Department of Defense, should consider how the District of Columbia National Guard is able to respond in a much more expeditious manner.
Or the National Guard in other parts of the country. Thank you very much, General, for your
Yes,
testimony.
Sir.
Thanks to all of you, and thank you, Madam Chair, for this important hearing.
Thank you. During today's testimony, two memos have been discussed, one on January 4th and one on January 5th, from Ryan McCarthy to Major General William Walker. One of those documents have already been entered into the record. Without objection, I'd like to enter the memo dated the 5th of January, 2021, from Ryan McCarthy to General Walker. Without objection, be entered. With that, Senator Carper, you are recognized for your questions.
Thanks. Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman?
I can, loud and clear.
Good. Thanks so much. Our thanks to our witnesses for joining us today for your input. I've been a member of this committee for Homeland Security Committee, Government Affairs, for 20 years. And one of my favorite memories of serving on this committee came at the end of a tragedy, and that was the attack on 9/11. And a bipartisan commission was created. The co-chairs were Lee Hamilton, one of my mentors in the House of Representatives, Congressman from Indiana, who, as I recall, chaired the Foreign Relations Committee, and a fellow who's a governor from our neighboring state of New Jersey, Tom King. And the Republican, and the two of them provided great leadership. The panel included the former Secretary of the Navy, John Lehman, just a bunch of wonderful people. And they worked together on the heels of 9/11 and produced, I think, something like 41 recommendations to Congress and the President at the time, George W. Bush. 41. And we enacted, I think, about 36 of them, which is pretty amazing when you think about how hard it is to get stuff done around here today. But I have a question. I think we need to create a 9/11 style commission to look at the failures that led to the devastating attack on our Capitol on January 6th, so just like we needed one 19 years ago. A question, if I can, for the Sunborn. Do you agree with the need for a commission, sort of 9/11-like commission, nonpartisan, led by just terrific citizens, human beings? Do you agree that there was a need for a commission to analyze what went wrong? Go ahead, please. Thank you.
Sorry, you broke up a little bit, but I think you're asking me if I agree that something similar
I think I can barely hear you.
I think you asked me, you're breaking up a little bit and hard to hear,
Yeah.
that do I agree that something similar to a 9/11 commission is worth having in this instance? And I think
That was my question, yes.
I think I would just say it this way. I've been involved in numerous after actions lessons learned, and I can't think of a time where we haven't learned and improved. So I think anytime we can reflect back and learn, it's value added.
Yeah, a follow-up question to that, if I could. How can we ensure that a new 9/11 style commission examines the root causes, not just the symptoms of problems, but a big root cause down? And but how can we make sure that if we were to establish a 9/11 style commission, would examine the root causes? And that includes the threats posed by domestic terror.
If I understand your question, you're asking me, how do we ensure we have a 9/11 commission that's set up to do a good job?
Yeah,
and I don't
so
know
we're
that
not just looking at the symptoms of the problem, but like the root causes of the problem.
the root cause. I don't have any specific examples of how best to set that up. I've never been necessarily involved in picking sort of the road ahead and picking and selecting the team that does the review, but I have always benefited from the review.
Well, maybe part of it is for us as members of the Congress, is to make clear, if there were to be a commission, that our interests would certainly include focusing on the root causes, the threat posed by domestic terrorists, and make sure that the leaders of that bipartisan commission be committed to examine the root causes. Maybe that would. A second question, if I can, for Ms. Sanborn. And this is a question related to intelligence failure. A large part of our conversation from last week's hearing focused on raw intelligence from the FBI that was shared, I believe, by email just the evening before on January 5th with a lower level person and at the Metropolitan Police Department. And it was not shared with any senior official, even though we'd seen that actual intelligence that something awful was going to happen the next day that could lead to murder and mayhem. But
Senator Carper, it's a little hard to hear you. I know our witnesses are. Yeah. You might want to just speak a little louder and slower or something. Yeah, it's your. Right. It's not you. It's your. Yes, go ahead.
Usually it's me, but this time I think it's. I guess my question is, what happened? Somebody knew something awful could happen. Somebody knew, and they sent an email the evening before the event. I mean, why would somebody pick up the phone and call us a senior official and say, we just have this information, and we're like 12 hours away, we need to do something. And somebody, instead of doing that, sent an email. Ms. Sandler, could you just shed some light on how exactly we missed some of the grave warning sites until like the very last minute? How did this happen?
Yeah, thank you for the question, sir. I think I'll start with the piece of information we received, again, was a non-attributable posting to a message board. And so very raw, very unvetted. We actually didn't receive that information until very late in the afternoon on the 5th and almost into the evening. And because of our emphasis on we need any intelligence, even though it was raw, unattributed, and unvetted, the Norfolk office quickly wrote that up, specifically in a document following our processes to disseminate that. So a situation information report is for the intentional purpose of sharing that with state and local partners. Not only did they write that up because they knew how important it was to get that information out into hands of folks that might need it, our state and local partners. Within 40 minutes, they sent an email to the Washington field office with that information, and Washington field office also then followed up with an email to all task force officers. And so several different mechanisms were happened here, and we like to use the phrase belt and suspenders. We didn't want to make sure that one method of communication failed, so we wrote it up in the document for dissemination. We sent it in an email to all task force officers in the National Capital Region, and that does include Washington Metro as well as Capital. But again, not wanting to rely on those two mechanisms only, it was then briefed verbally in a command post, an interagency command post, that we were doing briefings every couple of hours so that every agency in that command post had what we call a common operating picture, knowing what all of us knew at any given time. It was briefed at 8 p.m. on the evening of the 5th. And then taking it one step further, because we didn't want to limit our aperture to just the National Capital Region, because there's collection opportunity out there for all state and local partners and federal partners to help us, we loaded that suspicious information report into what we call the LEAP portal, and that is accessible by all state and local partners. So we really tried in various ways to make sure that we did not rely on one communication mechanism and really tried to rely on several so that the information would get to the right people.
Yeah. I'll close with this. I don't know that anybody picked up the phone and called somebody in charge and said, we've got a problem here. And we're 12 hours away from seeing that problem up front and in person. We need to do something. And all well and good about sending around emails and helping people and that sort of thing. But somebody should just pick up the phone and say, we need to do something. This is urgent. I'm not sure to go that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Carper. Next, Senator Ossoff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the panel. General, thank you for your service. In response to Senator King a moment ago, he noted your testimony from earlier today that you had seen the requisite authorities granted for the D.C. Guard in a matter of minutes in the past. In this case, it took over 3 hours. And you stated you believed it was a combination of political concerns and optical concerns that led to that delay. Can you please break down which concerns you believe were political, which you believe were optical, and what's the basis for your assessment that the 3-hour delay was a function of political and optical concerns?
Well, I don't think it was so much political. It was, let me focus on the optics, because that's what I heard. The word optics and the word that having uniformed presence at the Capitol could inflame the protesters. That's what I contend.
And who made that statement?
So that was senior leaders in the United States Army General Pyatt, General Flynn, and others, they got back to me saying, and that was on the phone call with District of Columbia senior leaders, that it wouldn't be their best military advice to send uniformed guardsmen to the Capitol because they didn't like the optics. And they had also said that they thought it could inflame. What they wanted to do was send guardsmen to relieve police officers in the city so more policemen could get to the Capitol.
That was the call at 2:30 p.m. following the chief's call to you. Is that correct, General?
Yes, sir.
And you conveyed to those on that call, who included the mayor of a District of Columbia, a Secretary of the Army, the acting Secretary of Defense, and the chairman of a Joint Chiefs, the fact that the U.S. Capitol Police Chief's tone had been, as you describe in your testimony, frantic, that he had informed you at 1:49 p.m. that the security perimeter of the Capitol had been breached by hostile rioters, that the joint session of Congress had been interrupted, that the Vice President was still on the premises?
No, I never said all that. What I relayed, and it wasn't to the chairman, what I relayed to the Army leadership was the call that Chief Son had with me at 13:49, at 1:49, and it was an urgent plea, and his voice was cracking, and he was serious. He needed help right then and there, every available guardsman. At the 2:32 call, that's when the deputy mayor was on the call, the director of Homeland Security, acting Chief Conte, Chief Son, and others, to include the chief of the United States Secret Service Uniform Division, was on that call as well. So we dialed in, trying to get the Secretary of the Army on the call, but he wasn't available. So Army, the G3 for the Army, General Flynn, joined the call, and the Director of the Army Staff, General Pyatt, joined the call, and there were others on the call as well. And during that call, Chief Son pleaded to have National Guard support at the Capitol immediately. That was reinforced by Chief Conte. We need them there right now. The Capitol will be breached.
Thank you for the clarification, General. Appreciate that. Mr. Salasis, between 2:30 p.m. and 4:32 p.m., what were the internal deliberations of the Department of Defense to determine whether or not to grant the request?
Senator, there was discussion. Secretary McCarthy, who was the Secretary of the Army at the time, asked, and what was the National Guard going to do on the Capitol? Specifically, he wanted
Could you get a little closer to the microphone, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Secretary McCarthy wanted to understand exactly how the National Guard was going to be employed coming to the Capitol. Obviously, the environment, because they had heard that gunshots had been fired, there was explosives, obviously pretty dynamic environment. So what he was trying to understand was, what was the National Guard going to do when they came up here? Were they going to be asked to go into the building and clear the building? Were they going to be part of the outside perimeter? He was trying to understand that. He went as far as going to the Metro Police Department at 4:10 to sit down with them and make a clear understanding of how they were going to be employed. After that meeting at 4:10, he went back to the acting Secretary of Defense, and at 4:32, he approved the deployment of the National Guard.
Thank you. And he was aware, was he not, while he was conducting this analysis, that the nature of the chief's request, as relayed through the general, had been frantic, that the perimeter of the Capitol had already been breached, that members of Congress' lives were at risk, that the Vice President's life was at risk?
I would assume he knew that, Senator.
He was aware of that during that time. Thank you so much. I do have to reflect for a moment that ultimately responsibility for securing this complex falls to the United States Congress, which is responsible for these premises. I was dispirited speaking with the former chief in our last hearing when he described that there was no individual responsible for the security of the United States Capitol, that an urgent request for support from the Guard required concurrence with the two sergeants at arms, an unwieldy command structure, and then there was an unwieldy command structure imposed within the executive branch as well. General, based upon your military experience, is there any reason why the United States Capitol Police could not generate the capabilities to independently provide the kind of quick reaction force that the troops under your command would have, so that this institution, the United States Congress, is not dependent upon swift decision-making by the Secretary of the Army or concurrence between civilian and military leadership when the lives of members of Congress and the Vice President are at risk?
Well, yes, sir, Senator. The United States Capitol Police could develop that capability. I mean, they certainly could.
Thank you, General. And a final question for you. Had you conducted any exercises that included simulations of civilian-military joint decision-making, simulations of command decisions involving contingencies that threatened the functioning of the U.S. Congress, the lives of members of Congress, joint sessions of Congress, outside of the context of specific preparations for specific national special security events?
No, sir.
Might exercises such as those have improved the capacity of the overall command to respond to an event like this?
Well, we were prepared to come to the Capitol and help the United States Capitol Police secure the Capitol. Here's what we do. We practice and rehearse civil disturbance. And I think we're well exercised in that capability. It is a mandate that all National Guard practices civil disturbance. We're equipped for it, we train for it, and we're prepared to do it when called upon. So if we'd have been approved to do it, we would have got there and helped the United States Capitol Police.
Understood, General, and I have no doubt that the forces under your command were appropriately trained and qualified. My question is whether equipped. My question is whether any exercises have been undertaken that simulated the command decisions that would need to be made, the requests that you would need to make, for example, at the secretary level, in order to allow your troops, which were properly trained and equipped and had those capabilities.
Well, Senator, they're already there. That's a process that's well rehearsed, well practiced. We do it most of all with the Metropolitan Police Department. They're our primary customer. But if you recall, when the monuments were attacked in the summer, the Department of Interior, on behalf of the United States Park Police, exercised that same request. The Secretary of Defense authorized the District of Columbia National Guard to respond to monuments in the city and help the Park Police protect those monuments.
Thank you, General.
It's the same process.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Paul, you're recognized for your questions.
I think there's a danger in analyzing this of spending too much time on January 6th and not enough time on the days and weeks and months leading up to this. I think on that day, it would probably be superhuman to have gotten the National Guard there in 20 minutes or 30 minutes. You might have, but I think the Capitol would have been breached and we would have been coming in after the fact, no matter how good you were. I think really there's a judgment question about whether or not we should have had more people there. In retrospect, we all agree there should have been more people there. But really, this is the judgment that should call into question predating that. Should we have had more Capitol Hill police there? My understanding is over 1,000 Capitol Hill police that were either off duty or not here, that could have, and probably in retrospect, better judgment would have had them in there, and we would have had riot lines, and we might have prevented this from happening. So I think we can talk all we want about January 6th, but really it's the decision-making leading up to that. Someone made a bad judgment call, and we need to be better prepared. If we want to fix this in the future, it isn't about calling the National Guard out quicker. It's about having 1,000 people standing there before the riot happens so the riot doesn't happen. So that's where the real mistake is, and I think we can get too bogged down on the details of January 6th and forget about what could have actually fixed this. Ms. Sanborn, in the investigation afterwards, did the FBI or any intelligence gathering entity of government subpoena, request, or issue a warrant for non-individualized phone and credit card records for anyone on Capitol Hill on January 6th?
I don't have the specific answer to a specific subpoena, but I do know that we've issued lots of subpoenas and lots of search warrants as a result of each of those individuals.
Yeah, my question's not towards individuals. Like if you see John Smith on a video, I'm fine with looking at his records. My question is, did you have a generalized collection of data about people who were on the Hill on January 6th?
Not that I'm aware of. I do know that we have used data, and this is reflected in some of the charging documents that had geolocation data. I don't know the background for what the underlying predicate was for that search warrant, but I do know that we obtained geolocation data. I just don't have the predicate.
Do you understand the potential problem here if you gather everybody's data and then start searching through it and looking for people who might have done something wrong, as opposed to the traditional law enforcement where we think John Smith is on a video breaking into the Capitol. Now we want to look at his records and see if he was there to help prove he was there. I think that's a reasonable request. But we have had articles written about the Bank of America sharing all of people's credit card information. What I need to know is, did you request it? Did you subpoena it? Did the Bank of America just decide they don't care about the privacy of their customers and just upload everybody's data? These are important questions. The Fourth Amendment's out there to protect against generalized searches. And I think you know the importance. Most people in law enforcement know the importance of you individualize. We're all fine with that. But there are even reports that elected members of Congress's phone calls, records, as well as credit card records are in some of this data. Have you heard of that or seen any of that?
I don't have any specifics on that, sir. I'd happy to follow up.
All right. So if we want to get the answer, we just need to direct it to the director of the FBI.
I mean, you can direct it. I'm happy to follow up and answer the question for you.
Right, but you have not personally seen any of that or seen any cross-referencing of records between a general category to try to find individuals as opposed to have an individual and then looking at data?
No, again, sir, I don't know what went into the background for the application for the search warrant, so I would like to follow up and get you that detail. And I do know that we did receive information from private partners. I'd also like to follow up on that specific detail about Bank of America for you as well.
But you don't know the answer?
I do not.
Okay. Well, I think it's very important. Everybody wants to get to the bottom of this, but it's also very important that we not have some huge dragnet and that everybody that went shopping on January 6th in D.C. is now a suspect and going to be charged with some kind of conspiracy that could be 20 years in prison. So as we do the investigation, it's important that those who committed violence are treated accordingly and given significant penalties. But I think it's also important that those of us who have been for criminal justice reform, for poor, underrepresented people in our cities, also want the same kind of justice here, that we're not charging people with crimes that are 20 years for doing something that was admittedly wrong and they should be punished for. But there's a difference between assaulting a policeman and causing bodily harm, which I think requires jail time, and being present at the Capitol. And I worry that if we're going to look at everybody's phone shopping records and 20,000 people were here, I hope that's not what's going on, is that we're looking for anybody in D.C. and we're going to just develop a case out of nothing without having seen them actually commit some sort of crime.
Yes, sir, totally understand. I would like to follow up on both of those. Again, I'm not clear on what went into the application for the phone data. I do know we have phone data. I am aware of the Bank of America situation and would like to follow up in detail with you on that.
Right. And my suspicion is it was got in a generalized way because we have very little concern for individual privacy anymore, and the warrant requirements and some of the court precedents allow the FBI to gather this. It's just something I object to, but gathering things in a large way, not specific to an individual, not specific to probable cause, and not specific to someone alleged to have found a crime, but more a dragnet of, hey, let's just look at all the phone data on Capitol Hill. And I want you to know that there are at least some of us in this country who don't like that.
Senator Hawley, you are recognized for your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Madam Chair. Thank you, witnesses, for being here. General Walker, let me start with you, if I could. You've testified to several senators today that you faced restrictions for the deployment of the quick reaction force that you had assembled, and those are restrictions that you had not had to deal with before. Is that broadly correct?
That is correct.
What is your understanding for why those restrictions were put in place?
Well, Senator, it was never really explained to me. So I'm a major general. I don't question the people above me. The Secretary of the Army is the Secretary of the Army. Secretary of Defense is the Secretary of Defense. So all I know is that it was, I had restrictions that were unusual to me. I hadn't had them in the past.
Mr. Solisas, let me ask you about your response to this. You said something earlier to Senator Portman that caught my attention. You said to him, when he was asking about this same issue, you said that, and I'm quoting you now, several things happened in the spring, end quote, that may have led to these changes. What are you referring to there?
Senator, what I'm referring to is there was a number of incidents in the spring where we had helicopters flying above U.S. citizens. We had spy planes, RC-26 flying over folks who were protesting. We also had law enforcement officers that were in military uniforms, which sometimes confuse people. So when the new secretary came in, he wanted to make sure that he had guidance on making decisions. Now, I will point out, Senator, that the Secretary of Defense is the only authority to order military personnel into civil disturbance operations. That is the Secretary of Defense. This is more clarifying information because it talks about not just civil disturbance, it talks about using helicopters, using planes, using types of equipment. That's why the memo was published, was for that reason, because of the events in the spring. The Secretary of Defense wanted to have that authority vested in him. It was a very clear chain of command. It went from the Secretary of Defense to the Secretary of the Army to General Walker.
Thank you for that answer. So if I understand you correctly, the events of the spring, which we're all familiar with, I mean, we had the attack on the White House where 60 Secret Service officers were injured. The president had to be evacuated into a bunker. A church across the street from the White House was lit on fire. We had the incidents in Portland, Oregon, where 277 federal officers were injured at the federal courthouse there. We had rioting in various other cities across the country, including in Washington. This, of course, was politically controversial, the use of the National Guard in some of those incidents, the use of the National Guard here in Washington, D.C. The Washington Post even reported on this. For instance, June the 4th, 2020, Humvees, helicopters, and the National Guard, D.C. officials pushed back on show of federal force on city streets. And then from January 4th, National Guard, this is still a Post, National Guard activated for D.C. protests with more restraints than in June. So it's the picture here, Mr. Solisas, if I got this right, that we had these, we had riots, we had civil unrest in the summer. The National Guard was involved in some of these to some extent. That was politically controversial, as journalists at the time documented. I'm sure people watching this are very familiar with. That then led, in some way, to this reaction where, well, we're going to be careful. We're going to be more careful. We're going to put some restraints on how we deploy the Guard that we previously haven't before. Have I got that correct?
You do, Senator. That's exactly what happened, Senator.
Okay.
And just to call into mind, we had a new secretary, too. Secretary Esper had left. Secretary Miller came in. He was aware of the events, and he wanted to make the decisions at his level.
Right. Got it. I think that's helpful. I think that's very helpful clarifying testimony. I think that's something that this committee and committees and Congress is going to have to grapple with as we go forward, that there was a political reaction to events from over the summer, and that political reaction resulted in restraints being put on Guard deployment that ultimately ended up being dangerous on the day here on January the 6th. Ms. Sandborg, can I come to you for a second and just follow up on something that Senator Paul was asking about? I had the chance to talk with Director Wray yesterday in the Judiciary Committee in a wide-ranging hearing there, and one of the things I asked him about were these reports about private companies who have conducted broad searches of their customer databases and then turned over, according to reports, turned over this information voluntarily. He said he didn't know one way or the other. I heard you give a similar response to Senator Paul. You said you'd follow up with him. Can I ask you to do the same with me with specifics about that?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And let me just ask you a little more broadly. To your knowledge, has the FBI requested or required private companies to turn over metadata in order to identify individuals who may have been present in the capital region or engaged in violence on the 6th?
Anything we would have requested from any of those companies would have been via subpoena or search warrant, so via lawful process.
But
and I would have to get you the background of when we may have asked for that or not. I'm not positive of the situation, but I just would reiterate that if we obtain that, it would be from a lawful court order or a subpoena.
Yeah, Director Ray gave me a similar answer yesterday, but he similarly said he did not know of the specifics. That was his language, so he didn't actually know if there had been any such requests or not. I think he also went on to say he wouldn't be surprised, but he just didn't know. So you're telling me you don't have any additional knowledge of the specifics?
I'm definitely not aware of a situation where we requested it. Whether or not somebody offered it, both of those are things I would like to follow up. Any request would have come with legal process. Whether it was offered to us voluntarily, that's where I would like to follow up. I know you specifically mentioned Bank of America to him yesterday. I am aware of that situation and would like to follow up with you on it.
Okay, great. But you're not aware of any request made by the Bureau?
Not outside
today.
legal process.
Okay, got it. Are you aware of any of these methods that have been reported using metadata, cell phone location data, financial data? Were any of these used by the FBI during Operation Legend or any other investigations over the summer related to civil violence then?
I'm not aware, sir. That would be my counterpart, but happy to follow up and have him follow up with you.
That would be great. I'd appreciate that. Thank you all for being here and for your service. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cruz from the Rules Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to each of the witnesses for being here. Thank you for your service helping keep this country safe. As we look back on the terror attack that played out in the Capitol on January 6th, it is apparent that far more should have been done to keep the Capitol safe and to stop the attack beforehand. There were multiple factors that led to that not being done and to there not being a sufficient law enforcement presence to prevent violent criminals from carrying out that terror attack. On January 5th, the day before the attack, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser sent out a tweet. That tweet read, "To be clear, the District of Columbia is not requesting other federal law enforcement personnel and discourages any additional deployment without immediate notification to and consultation with MPD if such plans are underway." And the tweet that she sent attached a letter that she sent to the Department of Justice and the Department of Defense. That letter, in turn, read as follows: "As the law enforcement agency charged with protecting residents and visitors throughout the District of Columbia, the Metropolitan Police Department is prepared for this week's First Amendment activities. MPD has coordinated with its federal partners, namely the U.S. Park Police, U.S. Capitol Police, and U.S. Secret Service, all of whom regularly have uniformed personnel protecting federal assets in the District of Columbia. This week, MPD has additional logistical support of unarmed members of the D.C. National Guard who will work at the direction of and in coordination with MPD. The District of Columbia government has not requested personnel from any other federal law enforcement agencies. To avoid confusion, we ask that any request for additional assistance be coordinated using the same process and procedures. We are mindful that in 2020, MPD was expected to perform the demanding tasks of policing large crowds while working around unidentifiable personnel deployed in the District of Columbia without proper coordination. Unidentifiable personnel, in many cases armed, cause confusion among residents and visitors and could become a national security threat, in no way for MPD and federal law enforcement to decipher armed groups. To be clear, the District of Columbia is not requesting other federal law enforcement personnel and discourages any additional deployment without immediate notification to and consultation with MPD if such plans are underway. The protections of persons and property is our utmost concern and responsibility. MPD is well trained and prepared to lead the law enforcement coordination and response to allow for the peaceful demonstration of First Amendment rights in the District of Columbia. Signed, Muriel Bowser, Mayor. So in hindsight, that letter seems incredibly ill-advised. Now, hindsight is always 20/20. But to what extent did the District of Columbia's explicitly asking for no additional federal personnel impact the decision-making of your respective agencies?
Senator, I'll go first. In my oral statement this morning, I mentioned that letter because It did. It was a communications that they were looking for no more support. On top of that, Senator, we also contacted all the federal law enforcement organizations, Secret Service, Park Police, Marshals, FBI, and Capitol Police over the weekend of the 2nd and 3rd of January, just to make sure that the Department of Defense, if additional support was going to be needed, that we would obviously provide that support. We did that over the weekend. Then we received that letter on the 5th, and based on that, it was clear that there was no additional support needed for our law enforcement partners or the city, the district, rather.
Well, let me follow up on that, Mr. Salasses. Mr. Sund, who testified before the Senate last week, said that he had requested the support of the D.C. National Guard on January 6th, but that the Army Secretary denied his request, saying, quote, "I don't like the visual of the National Guard standing a line with the Capitol in the background." Is that accurate?
Senator, I'm not aware of the Secretary of the Army talking to Chief Sund about the D.C. National Guard in the Capitol. It's been reported by others that there were other folks that made that contention to the D.C., the Capitol Police, but I'm not aware of the Secretary of the Army doing that. In fact, nobody in the chain of command disapproved the request on the 6th of January from the Capitol Police. Nobody disapproved it.
So the various authorizing memoranda from January 4th and January 5th suggest that the National Guard was significantly restricted on the 6th. While Ryan McCarthy, the former Secretary of the Army, approved the D.C. National Guard to support MPD in some ways, he expressly withheld authority to employ the quick reaction force, and he lacked authority to authorize the issuance of weapons and riot gear, among other things. Could you please explain what you understand to be the restrictions placed on the Guard?
Senator, again, there's a very strict chain of command for the D.C. National Guard. It runs from the Secretary of Defense to the Secretary of the Army to the D.C. Guard Commanding General, General Walker. Anytime the military is going to deploy to civil disturbance operations, it requires the Secretary of Defense's approval. The memos that were published on the 4th of January and respectively on the 5th of January, those were to provide additional guidance to, number one, the memo on the 4th from the Secretary of Defense to the Secretary of the Army. He wanted to make decisions if the National Guard was going to be employed in any kind of operation that required helicopters, bayonets, the things that are on the letter. Subsequently, the Secretary of the Army published the memo on the 5th stating that this is how he expected the D.C. National Guard to be employed at the traffic stops, the metro stations, and if the QRF that was positioned at Andrews Air Force Base was going to be used, he wanted to understand exactly how that was going to be used through a concept of operations. That's what those documents did.
And General Walker, could you answer the same question, and in particular, whether you had the authority to employ a quick reaction force prior to the January 6th, and would that have potentially made a difference on January 6th if you had been able to do so?
So, Senator Cruz, I would have had that authority prior to January 6th to employ, direct a quick reaction force. So the Secretary of Defense, his letter authorizes me to use the quick reaction force, and it says only as a last resort, where the Secretary of the Army, his direction to me withholds the authority to use the quick reaction force, and he will only authorize that and only after he has a concept of operations sent to him, a CONOP sent to him. So that was restriction that was unusual to me. I had never seen that before.
And Madam Chair, I would ask unanimous consent that both the tweet and the letter from D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser be entered into the record.
Without objection, it will be entered in the record.
Well, I think that we are starting to wrap up this hearing, and I want to thank the witnesses again for your testimony. But I have a couple of quick questions, and I know Chairwoman Klobuchar has a couple, and then we'll have some closing comments. I guess I'll start with these two questions in the preface. I'm going to start these questions where I started my questions initially, with the events that happened in the summer of 2020, where authorization happened very quickly for the National Guard. There was no delay. You were immediately deployed, General Walker, and yet it happened differently prior to or on January 6th. And part of that is some of the surveillance. So my first question for you, Ms. Sanborn, it's been reported that the FBI deployed its state-of-the-art surveillance plane to watch the protests that occurred in Washington, D.C. over the summer in response to the death of George Floyd. How do you explain the difference in how the FBI responded to the Black Lives Matter protest compared to the pro-Trump protest?
So I don't have any specifics on the plane. It's just not my purview of something that I cover specifically as the Assistant Director of Counterterrorism. But what I can tell you from the Counterterrorism Division's approach to both of those was not different. We go after the violence, and what we saw all summer long was violence and people using the guise of First Amendment protected activity to conduct violence. And we opened hundreds of cases and arrested close to 100 people throughout the summer and their activities. So our approach to both instances was equal opportunity. If you're going to do violence in the United States and break federal law, the FBI is going to investigate.
Well, certainly, and I understand that, and you should. There's no quarrel there. But where would we get the answer on the use of a surveillance plane versus not on January 6th, but on other occasions across the country?
Yeah, I'll take the question back. I think it would be best posed for our critical incident response group, but definitely I'll find somebody that can follow up with you.
I appreciate that. General Walker, you were also asked by someone on the panel about the helicopter and in relation to January 6th, and you said that's not normally something we would use, and I believe, I don't want to mischaracterize, you said it wouldn't be necessary, but that's what I did get from it is that it's not normally used. And yet it was used in the summer protest. Why was it used there and not on January 6th? Was there a difference of circumstances? How do we explain that difference?
So it is my understanding, so one of my deputy commanding generals put the helicopter up. Ultimately, it's still me. But the request was made to get, I believe the request was to be able to observe and report the crowd size. It was at night, that night, versus a daytime operation. And so that's why the helicopter was there. I just want to correct the record regarding the RC-26 that was mentioned. The District of Columbia National Guard never requested an RC-26 fly over the District of Columbia. So the difference between the summer and January 6th was the Secretary of the Army was right next to me for days at a time. When it came time to respond to the White House, the Secretary of the Army was with me. The monuments, the Secretary of the Army was with me. He either came to my headquarters, he rode in the car with me, or I rode in the car with him. I was present when he called the Secretary of Defense and the Attorney General to request approval for a request that the city made. So the city wanted us to conduct additional traffic control points, blocking vehicles. The Secretary gave me a verbal and then contacted the Secretary of Defense and the Attorney General, and it was done. So those are just some of the differences that occurred. And I didn't have the Secretary of the Army with me on January 6th.
Well, the Secretary was with you during the summer. Those were large gatherings. All the evidence pointed that this was going to be a very large gathering, and we know that based on social media, that the Capitol and members of Congress was going to be a target. Is there a reason that you know of that the Secretary of Army was unable to be with you on that day?
I don't, but the Secretary of the Army is the Secretary of the entire Army, so I don't know what else was going on throughout the Army. We're globally deployed. I do not know why he was not with me on January 6th as he was during the summer.
Very good. Ms. Sanborn, finally, and I'll wrap up here. Ms. Sanborn, could you please commit that in the future the FBI will provide any threat reporting, even if it's not yet corroborated or fully analyzed, relating to the security of the Capitol to the U.S. Capitol Police, both Sergeant of Arms and congressional and committee leadership.
I believe I can do that, sir. Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you all. And I know it's been a long day, and you probably want some lunch. I really appreciate your patience today. I wanted to end with some ideas and constructive ideas, which is why we're doing this hearing, and how we can best do that. And any of you can take this, but this is just based on all of the experience you've had. We have a unique situation here at the Capitol where the chief is reporting to this police review board. General Walker may be most familiar with it, but they're reporting to the sergeant at arms, the 2 sergeants of arms, and the architect of the Capitol. It's 3 of them. And in fact, just today, Senator Schumer announced a new sergeant at arms, Karen Gibson, while you guys were sitting there. And so there is something about the structure which may work for requesting resources or making decisions, but certainly didn't work in this context where the chief, the then Chief Sund, was leading up to it, asking them, probably not able to do exactly what he may have wanted to do at the time. And then the most ridiculous of situations during the insurrection is actually calling them for their advice and authority while they are individually guarding the members and safely getting them to other places in this crisis situation. And just your views on whether or not that is an ideal situation. This is called a softball, General Walker. That is whether or not this is a ideal situation, and maybe Ms. Sanborn for trying to make decisions in a crisis as we look at changes that we can suggest and make here at the Capitol.
So the Sergeant of Arms, both of them, were briefed by me personally in 2018 on what it takes to request District of Columbia National Guard support. I sat down with both Sergeant of Arms, myself and Brigadier General Dean and others in their office and explained the 6-step process and left them with a PowerPoint presentation. I also briefed Chief Sund and his predecessor. I had them come to the Armory and explain in detail what it takes if you ever need District of Columbia National Guard support. What I think might be helpful in the future is that is practice, that when you come up with an event, will we need District of Columbia National Guard support? You pick a day and say, and then we exercise it. And then have the District of Columbia National Guard actually come out in an exercise. Here's where we would go. Here's how we would support the United States Capitol Police. But both sergeants of arms understood what it takes to request District of Columbia National Guard support.
Mr. Salas, do you want to add anything to that?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, I do. I work on a regular basis with the Capitol Police Board. I just met with the new team on Monday, in fact. The challenge, quite candidly, is in contingency operations and contingency events, there really needs to be one person in charge making decisions. To have 4 people that have to either agree or come together and have the same, I just don't think it's a very workable solution. I also deal with all the Capitol Police requests that come to the Defense Department. Normally, we get the request actually at the last minute most of the time, because it takes all 4 of them to sign the document to give us the request. For example, right now we have the National Guard on the Capitol today. It's supposed to end on the 12th. We're trying to figure out with the Capitol Police Board what's going to happen after the 12th. We need an answer in the Defense Department so that we understand.
Exactly.
So the Secretary can review and make a decision on how that support will either be continued or adjusted.
Very good. I would agree with that.
I just would like to add something else, Senator,
Sure.
if I could. I do think that all of us now, because of the unique environment that we're in, as we talked about extremism, I know we talked a lot about intelligence assessments and those types of things, and they're critical to this effort, really being able to predict. But I think we also need to anticipate, and when we see large crowds gathering in the National Capital Region, They're all permitted by the park police, so we know when they're going to be here. We need to do a better job anticipating that kind of activity so that we think about the most likely and most dangerous scenarios that we face. With that, we need to plan together, we need to train together, we need to exercise together, and we need to have an integrated security plan here for the NCR. As I mentioned in my opening statement about the number of law enforcement organizations that we have here in the NCR and the different jurisdictional responsibilities, we need to bring them together so we know how that we're going to operate in these complex environments that we're facing right now. And then we need to understand the critical capabilities that each of us can bring to that. And we need to make sure that we have prearranged agreements to provide those capabilities in a timely fashion. The challenge is when you start from zero and you're faced with the challenges that we were faced on the 6th collectively, that's a very difficult position to start from. So I think if we work at some of those things, I think we can be much more effective. And the Department of Defense really looks forward to working with people on that.
Yes, and I had a very good meeting with the head of the Joint Chiefs. He actually gave one of the highest civilian honors to one of our heroes here, and I was able to talk with him about this. And I think that this is a moment. I thought that that Ms. Sandberg said it best when she said she's always learned and improved, and it's hard to do that in an environment like this, and I know it's not easy. We ask these questions, especially when people think, well, yeah, okay, maybe we messed up this part of it, but how about those guys? But we know there's things that can be done better, and so I really appreciate that. I don't know if the two of you want to add anything to my question, and that'll be it for me.
Nothing to add, ma'am.
Okay.
No,
Ms.
nothing.
Moza? Okay, very good.
Well, once again, I'd like to thank our witnesses for joining us here today. This was a very long hearing. I appreciate your perseverance in dealing with certainly a number of very tough questions, and we all appreciate your answers. There's no question from what I've been hearing over these last two hearings is that there was serious breakdowns in our intelligence gathering and security planning that resulted in significant violence right here on the Capitol grounds. The 3-hour and 19-minute delay in authorizing the deployment of the National Guard to respond to the Capitol to quell the violence was one that left police, members of Congress, staff, and the public in danger and is, without question, completely unacceptable. The breakdown in communication and the chain of command within the Department of Defense that contributed to this delay, a stark difference from the Department of Defense's response during the summer protest, is concerning and should never, ever happen again. I remain concerned that our national security agencies are simply not adequately focused on domestic terrorism, which we all agree is the #1 terrorist threat to our homeland. The potential for violence was well known and widely disseminated all across social media platforms in the days leading up to January 6th. Yet the very agencies responsible for monitoring and evaluating those threats failed to utilize every investigative tool to gather the readily available intelligence warnings of violence and have failed to assess this intelligence. The intelligence community's failure directly contributed to the law enforcement's inadequate preparation on January 6th. And I understand the FBI and the DHS's commitment today to doing better in their intelligence collection and monitoring this threat, which I appreciate it. But we need to actually see these improvements. It has to be demonstrated in a meaningful way. It's not enough for agencies to simply promise to do better. Congress must make reforming our counterterrorism efforts a top priority. We need to take a hard look at reforming the DHS Office of Intelligence and Analysis and requiring both DHS and FBI to provide more concrete information to law enforcement so that they can take actions to protect our communities from this violent and deadly threat. Following today's hearing, I'll continue my investigation and will continue to interview other officials and experts as we work towards additional problems and potential solutions. And I'm committed to working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, across multiple committees, to ensure that we're setting policy that will provide the foundation for our national security agencies and treat domestic violence threat with the seriousness this that it certainly warrants and help protect Americans all across our country. So that, I close, and thank you again, Chairwoman Klobuchar, for working with me on this hearing today.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman Peters, and I also thank our ranking members Blunt and Portman. We have done every part of this hearing together and agreed on witnesses and agreed on how we were going to proceed. We felt that was very, very important. This is a political environment enough without politicizing this, and we have tried our best to be constructive. Now we've had 2 hearings, and we all know we've had some consensus on many things. We've had consensus from our witnesses that there is significant evidence that there was an element of this that was planned and coordinated involving white supremacists and violent extremists, people intent on doing damage, not only just to this building, as we were reminded as we stood on the inaugural stage with now President Biden with still spray paint at the bottom of the columns and still surrounded by what had just happened there only 2 weeks before. They were intent not just on destroying the physical building that we work in, but also our democracy that brought us to that moment. And as an aside, I really was proud of the work that Senator Blunt did in planning that inauguration, but also the work we did that night when at 4 in the morning it was just the 2 of us and Vice President Pence walking with 2 young pages that had the mahogany box with the remaining ballots in it to go over to the House. People were doing their jobs, just as you do your jobs. And so, as I said earlier, I thought this was best summed up by Ms. Sandberg when she talked about their after actions. When they look at, as I know I did when I was a prosecutor, sometimes with law enforcement, sometimes about cases, sometimes about why a domestic violence case, domestic violence as in the home, got to the point that it did, and we would look back at decisions that had been made. Now, back then, we could do it in rooms just with ourselves, and that's a lot easier than this, and I'm sure you're doing that in your own agencies. But we have a public duty of oversight and a public duty to get this information out, and sometimes around this place, the only way we can get the change and maybe the resources that you need, Ms. Sandberg, that Director Ray was talking about, or the work that you were talking about, the man with the hardest name at this hearing, say less, that you were talking about to be able to bring people together that we need to for the planning ahead of time so we don't get to that moment of chaos, not only chaos at the Capitol, but chaos that, of course, General Walker encountered when he was trying to get a decision that day. And so a lot of this is stepping back, planning ahead. I personally think that it's been very difficult during the pandemic for people to meet like they used to meet when they were planning ahead. And thankfully, with the recent announcements we've had, we hope to be through that so people can once again be meeting face-to-face and across jurisdictions. I think that would make a difference. As we look at the changes, which Chairman Peter so well laid out, I think additional ones, again, which I keep harping on, is that the Capitol, the police board. I just think, having been in law enforcement myself, this is just a recipe for disaster to have crisis decisions made by a group of people on the scene or even leading up to it. I also think we know that, as we learned after 9/11, as was pointed out by some of our senators, that you can learn from horrible, horrific events and then do better with sharing intelligence, that maybe old ways that people were getting used to with sending emails or maybe speaking up at a meeting, maybe the right people weren't in that room, or perhaps they're not looking at all the information because they're overloaded, and you have to find a way to triage it so they actually realize something's important. I personally think with everything that went on in the last year, there was some underestimation of the potential violence of these particular groups, which we now know all too well. And I also want to thank everyone involved in law enforcement, not just for keeping us safe that day, but for the work that they are doing all across the country to bring justice to those like Officer Sicknick, who lost his life, and those who were injured in terms of pursuing these cases, some of which are very straightforward because they put it on their own Facebook page, but some of which are a lot harder to figure out what the coordination is and what happened. So we all know there are still questions coming out of all of this. Again, some of them I'm sure very difficult because a lot of people were trying to do their jobs that day and mistakes were made. But we do have to get to the bottom of some of this, at the same time not losing track of our intent. There may be longer investigations that go on all of this, but our intent right now is to make sure that we make smart changes, getting the people in place at the Capitol. Senator Peters and I don't control that, but we can give our advice based on what we hear, and also making those structural changes that can make it easier for you all to do your jobs to keep this country safe, and for us to do our jobs as well. So thank you very much, and we will keep the record of this hearing open for 2 weeks, and the hearing is adjourned. Thank you.